Broadcasting live from the Cactus League in Arizona, Chicago Cubs baseball is on the air.
That's a fly ball, deep to left, back, that's it, hey, he did it, Ernie Banks got number 500. Cubs win, what a lucky break, the good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
And the pitch, swing and a miss, a no-hitter.
Today's game is a presentation of Major League Baseball Advanced Media in conjunction with the Chicago Cubs.
Throw to first, they're going to get him! Out at first! Cubs win! Wow!
3 home runs, 110 runs batted in. And he sends a shot towards deep right center field. Rayburn back at the warning track. He turns around. So back to back to back.
Chicago Cubs Spring Training Baseball is brought to you by Under Armour Chicago Brand House, now open on 600 North Michigan Avenue. Budweiser, the Great American Lager, Starwood Hotels and Resorts, ATI Physical Therapy, the official therapy provider of the Chicago Cubs. American Airlines, book your next trip to visit the Cubs now at AA.com. Wintrust Community Banks and Sloan Valve Company, the world's leading manufacturer of water-efficient solutions. Now to the park for the Starwood Hotel and Resorts leadoff show. Here's Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Viva Las Vegas! Hey everybody, welcome to Cashman Field here in Sin City as we get set for Chicago Cubs baseball. The Cubs 11-17-2 and winners of 3 straight spring training exhibition games take on the New York Mets. The Mets have not won in their last 14 spring games. During that span, the Mets are 0-11-3, including last night's 5-1 loss to the Cubs. Last year's National League champs, 7-17-5, and today is their final exhibition game before they play Kansas City to open up the regular season. Along with Justin Shackle, I'm Mick Gillespie. It is great to have you with us here on Cubs.com, our final webcast before Sunday's exhibition game when we turn the airwaves back over to the future Hall of Fame voice, the great Pat Hughes and his partner Ron Coomer. And, of course, the Cubs flagship station, The Score, and they'll have the entire regular season and Sunday's exhibition game for you as well. And you can listen to it here, again, on Cubs.com. So today, it's a final tune-up for 2 of the pitchers that are in the Cubs and Mets starting rotation. Steven Matz, a left-hander, the 5th man in the Mets pitching 5, will get the start, 0-2 this spring, and a 6.27 ERA. And for the Cubs, it'll be Jason Hamill. He's the 4th of the 5 pitchers that will start the regular season in the rotation. Hamill 2-1 with a 5.12 springtime ERA. For the Cubs today, expect the starters, and when you look at the lineup that Joe Maddon put together, it's very indicative of what we'll see when the Cubs open the regular season. But expect them today to make what he referred to as a cameo. They're going to get in there, show their face, have an at-bat, and then we'll see a lot of the young players that are in the Cubs minor league system. Some of their top prospects will be in the game afterwards. The Mets have a starting lineup that looks like what you would see on opening day, and probably around the same thing, although the Mets, for the most part, their starting 5 played the entire game yesterday. So this is their final tune-up. Of course, the Cubs will have one more on Sunday. Carrie Muscat is a long-time beat writer for the Cubs. She's done great work that you've read right here on Cubs.com. And when we return, we're going to be joined by Carrie. She'll help us preview today's game and the starting lineup for the regular season. That's a big question at this point for Joe Maddon's Cubs. That, and of course the starting lineup and the first pitch, the Cubs and the Mets, last year's National League Championship Series, on display from Vegas when we come back.
On Monday, April 11th, the Cubs take on the Reds in their home opener at 7:05. The first 30,000 fans in attendance receive the official Cubs magnet schedule presented by G. Ordano's. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
And I opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
One final time from Las Vegas. Nick Gillespie with Carrie Muscat from MLB.com, and of course you read her work on Cubs.com daily. Carrie, it's time now to get to opening day, right? No, not really. Got another exhibition game on Sunday with the team that the Cubs will play for real on Monday, so it's time to start looking at the starting lineup when we play Monday's game.
Yeah, we just finished up talking to Joe and asked him if he could kind of give us a hint for Monday. And the only things we kind of know for sure, it'll be Fowler and Hayward, 1-2. And then he's going to have a Rizzo, what he likes to call a Rizzo sandwich. It's either going to be Zobrist, Rizzo, Bryant, or Bryant, Rizzo, Zobrist. But that's the Rizzo sandwich.
Yeah.
And then he's still, if he does that, it might be like Schwarber in left, Soler DH. He's not quite sure which way he's going to go that way in left field. And then we're guessing Montero will probably be 8th and Russell would be 9th at shortstop. It's still kind of thinking about it, but I know I love hearing him say Rizzo sandwich. I just think that's funny.
It is funny, and good news that you say Fowler will be in the lineup. He hasn't played since last Sunday.
Yeah, Fowler, I saw him this morning. He seems fine. He says he's in a great mood. They're really, the goal all spring has been stay healthy and be ready. And Joe feels that they're ready, and he wants to make sure that Fowler's healthy. I have a feeling that he might play Sunday against the Angels, big league ballpark, get some hacks in there. So, but otherwise, I think they're good to go.
Yesterday, Ryan Williams started the game for the Cubs. Not part of the core 4, 5, or 6, but this spring training has been about some of the players like him who maybe weren't highly touted prospects, but all of a sudden now are great options for Joe Madden and the Cubs in the future.
Yeah. The nice thing, we also asked Madden this morning about some of the names and some of the kids in camp that had sort of made an impression on him, and there were a lot of kids actually, which is really nice to hear. You've got a guy like Wilson Contreras, the catcher. You've got a guy like Heimer Candelario. He also talked a lot about Albert Almora. Really liked how different he was this spring. Said that he looked like he felt like he belonged here, which is a really nice feeling to have, that confidence level. Ryan Williams, who pitched last night, was very impressed with him. The fact that he took a ball off of his hamstring and then boom, just stayed in there, didn't seem to care, everything was good, that kind of thing. C.J. Edwards pitching, the 9th inning like he did, it seemed very controlled. It's nice, it's really nice to see that much depth in the Cubs system. Andrioli made a good impression. It's just really nice to see that kind of depth.
Yeah, and then when you talk about depth, you look at some of the veterans that signed the minor league contracts, and even if the Cubs, and I'm sure throughout the season it'll happen, it does every year, deal with injuries, there are so many other players that could step in and really help this team.
Yeah, and a lot of people have to remember, you have to look at the roster like last year. It wasn't just 25 guys. It's going to take more than 25. A guy like a Christopher Negron, for example, here's a versatile middle infielder who could step in just about anywhere. Madden again was saying how much he likes what hitting coach John Maley has done with Negron's swing just during the course of spring training. So there's guys like that they can call up that are there, and that's again nice to have the depth.
We're in Las Vegas, so I have to talk about Chris Bryant. Played right field yesterday, but he played center field and led off in college, so nothing new to the all-star third baseman. In the lineup at third base, dad and family are here. This is the home of the National League Rookie of the Year, and one of the most popular players, I think, for a young player to ever come out of this city.
He is, and it's just really nice to me, to see how well he's handled this. I mean, of all the, a lot of players could have gotten all caught up in the hype and everything, and he hasn't. He's really still a down-to-earth guy. I don't think I'm giving away any secrets when I say that he and his family went out to some local hot dog stand yesterday for lunch, just in Vegas. I mean, he's that kind of guy. He'd rather do that than go to some fancy restaurant. I do know, I hate to give a little local plug, I do know MLB.com. There's a new MLB commercial out on video with him and Anthony Rizzo. Have you seen it? It's the Team Brizzo. It's really kind of cute, so fans should maybe look that up. But, I mean, Chris doesn't fall into the hype. He doesn't, he's just a normal, everyday kid and really enjoying what he's doing and really good at what he's doing, too.
Kerry, thanks for everything again, for all the support you give us on Cubs.com, and best of luck. Hopefully this is a special season for the Cubs, and we'll be reading your work and following how things progress in 2016. Have a great season.
Thank you. It should be a lot of fun. I hope Cub fans are on board with us.
That's Kerry Muscat from MLB.com. Cubs.com, hey, we'll have the Cubs and the Mets when we come back here on Cubs.com.
Yes.
Today's pregame conversation was presented to you by Starwood Hotels and Resorts. Book your next stay at starwoodhotels.com.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
Clark's Crew is the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
Hey, Cub fans, show that you bleed Cubby Blue by becoming a member of the Cubs Club, the official fan club of the Chicago Cubs. Now, members will enjoy game day audio and exclusive perks. Now is the perfect time to join, rejoin, or give a fellow Cubs fan the gift of a Cubs Club membership. To join today, visit Cubs.com.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
On Wednesday, August 3rd at 1:20, the Cubs conclude their series with the Marlins. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive Cubs graphic socks, presented by StubHub. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
And the Chicago Cubs are introduced, and they'll take the field here in Las Vegas, and that gives us a chance to take a look at the starting lineups. Cubs come in with a record of 11-17-2. They've won 3 straight, Cactus League and now exhibition games. The Mets have not won in their last 14. The last time they won was on St. Patrick's Day, the 17th of March. Here we are on April 1st. 17-5, though, their Cactus League record. Along with Justin Shackle, I'm Mick Gillespie. Final broadcast here on Cubs.com. Sunday, it'll be The Score and Cubs Radio to take over the rest of the way. Mets are the visitors today, led by Terry Collins. Here's his lineup. Leading off in right field, Curtis Granderson. Hitting second at third base, David Wright. Batting third, the center fielder, Yoenis Cespedes. Hitting fourth at first base, Lucas Duda. Batting fifth and at second base, Neil Walker. Hitting sixth in left field, Michael Conforto. Batting seventh at shortstop, Asdrubal Cabrera. Hitting eighth and catching, Travis d'Arnaud. And pitching and batting ninth, Steven Matz. They'll face Jason Hamill, 10-7 last year with a .374 earned run average. For the Cubs, led by skipper Joe Madden, the National League Manager of the Year. Chris Bryant will lead off. He's at third in front of his hometown crowd. Jason Hayward second in right field. Ben Zobrist third at second base. Anthony Rizzo, cleanup spot, batting fourth at first. Jorge Soler in left field fifth. Kyle Schwarber getting the start behind the plate, batting sixth. Batting seventh at shortstop, Addison Russell. Hitting eighth in center field, Max Caesar. And pitcher Jason Hamill's ninth. Steven Matz, 6 big league starts last year, was 4-0 for the Mets and a .227 earned run average. He was 0-1 in the postseason. And the Mets' fifth starter, Jason Hamill, on the mound right now. He's slated to be the Cubs' fourth starter as we get ready to go. Curtis Granderson up, big shift on for him with 3 fielders in a triangle formation in between first and second base, including Ben Zobrist out in shallow right. First pitch of the game is high and away. We're underway at 3:07. 1:07 local time as the first pitch was a ball. The next one swung on and lined to right field, and it hits the wall in the air. Karam played by Caesar in right center, and Granderson wheels around first, and he ends up at second. So Granderson, a .260 spring average, leads off the ball game with a double. Now David Wright. Wright, a .289 hitter, 5 home runs and 17 RBIs in the sunshine. Not a cloud overhead right now. The wind is blowing in from center right at us. 15 miles per hour the wind today as the right-hander stands in. Cubs at double play depth. Sunny and 77. Few clouds, though, off past the mountains. Straightaway center as the pitch is fouled back, strike one. But over top of the stadium right now, it is just clear and gorgeous. Hamill stares in at Schwarber, Kyle Schwarber. This will be the battery the Cubs will go with when Hamill pitches Schwarber behind the plate to start the season. And that's the way it is today. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And a fastball misses. Just a little high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Great day for baseball. 328 down the lines here. Those 20-foot plywood walls. 364 into the shallow alleys. And then 433 to straightaway center as the pitch is swung on. And bounced back to Hamill. He's got Granderson hung up between second and third. Here's a throw to Zobrist. Chases him back towards Bryant. Bryant's got it. Now he throws to Russell, and they tag him out. In the meantime, David Wright is into second base, and there's one down. Comebacker to Hamill, and you want to try to get that out with limited throws, but Curtis Granderson's a very quick and elusive runner. And so him staying in the rundown allowed Wright to get to second and scoring position, and that's the first out of the ballgame.
It's your old 1-4-5-6 fielder's choice.
Just the way you draw it up.
Yeah.
Yoenis Cespedes, last year between the Tigers and then was traded to the Mets at the deadline. He ended up batting .291 with 35 home runs and 105 RBIs. Showed up to camp about 15 pounds heavier. Kind of like they did it in the old days. Scoreless game, top of the first. Hamill from the stretch in his pitch is low and away, ball one. You know, you show up to camp and then you work back into shape. It doesn't always go that way these days. Normally you come in shape because you're working out all year. So we'll see if that affects his play. But he made a catch on a Chris Bryant line drive last night that, I mean, he couldn't have gone any better and faster to the ball. So
Here's the 1-0. And an off-speed pitch in there for a strike.
And his arm is still in tip-top shape, that's for sure.
Oh,
so
yeah.
on a throw to third.
Yeah.
Does it make you wonder how players did that in the olden days? Or they showed up to camp out of shape? They only had about a month and a half to get game ready.
Just a different game now because of that. There's a fastball that misses outside, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Can't get away with that anymore for the most part. Dan Bellino is behind the plate. The base umpires, Kerwin Danley, Doug Eddings, and Dana DeMuth. Check that, DeMuth. And the base umpires, they'll rotate. The home plate umpire stays the same in these exhibition games as the pitch is high. And it's 3 balls and a strike. Leadoff double by Granderson. And a bounce back to the pitcher where they were able to get Granderson in a rundown. And then now Cespedes in the catbird seat, 3 balls and a strike. Cubs wearing blue hats, blue jerseys, gray pants. They've worn these the entire spring except one game. Here's the pitch. Swing, line, foul, right side. Might have just seen the catch of the day already.
That might have been the catch of the series.
Guy on the side berm in foul ground made a sliding catch as he was rolling down the side of the berm barehanded, and he held on.
Now he had to climb back up the hill.
3 balls, 2 strikes, runner at second. Mets, like the Cubs, wearing blue jerseys, blue helmets. Their hats blue with a bright orange front panel and then blue back panel as the pitch is fouled back towards us. Scoreless game, top of the first inning. We're at Cashman Field in Las Vegas. The stadium opened back in 1983. Capacity 9,334, although yesterday the crowd was 11,025. So beyond capacity with those side berms, and I'm sure a lot of standing room only tickets. Rematch of last year's National League Series. Championship Series as Cespedes takes outside, ball 4, and walks. That'll bring up Lucas Duda. Mets with runners at first and second, top of the first, 1 out. The Metropolitans' first baseman hit .244 last year, had 27 home runs for the NL champs and 73 RBIs. Duda this spring hitting .250. Runners at first and second, Cubs infield shifted over. The shortstop Russell playing up the middle with the lefty up, and then Chris Bryant, the third baseman, nowhere near the line. Here's the pitch, and it's a fastball strike. That went in at 92. A lot of foul ground here at Cashman Field, and it was built back in 1983. That was when stadiums were kind of put together to play multiple sports. You know, so you have all that foul ground because you might play soccer here, you may play as the pitch is high for a football game. There's municipal stadiums. And then all of a sudden here comes Camden Yards being built in Baltimore in, I guess, 93 maybe. And then since then it's been, a baseball park instead of a stadium, and it has a lot more character. Here comes the 1-1. Check swing, and he missed. Strike 2. Smothered by Schwarber, and the runners stay put. Sun directly overhead here in Vegas. Mild temperatures, though. And when the wind blows in, it's a little cool at times. Although comfortable at, 70, 77, depending on who you're asking. 19% humidity. We actually had a few raindrops last night. Went the entire month over in Phoenix with no rain. Some days it was like 9% humidity. Here's Hamels' pitch, the 1-2. Inside corner, got him looking, strike 3. Another fastball, and Duda is out on strikes. So 2 down, and maybe the Mets' most prized off-season addition, Neil Walker from Pittsburgh. Last year with the Pirates, he hit .269. He had 16 home runs and 71 RBIs. Walker hitting .200 in spring training. Scoreless game, top of the first. You see Walker re-signing Cespedes obviously was the biggest off-season move. As the pitch is on the way, and it's in there, a strike, off-speed pitch in the inside corner. Jason Hamill, 10-7 last year with the Cubs, and a .374 earned run average. This spring, he's 2-1 and a .512 ERA. Hamill ready. Long pause, and the righty home. And the pitch is high. Cespedes came back and apparently had some pretty good offers on the table, including one from Baltimore that would have netted him, 5 years?
And one from Washington. $100 million. Left a lot of money on the table to come back to the Mets.
Very comfortable in New York. Here's the 1-1. Swing fouled away. And it's 1-2. Well, one of the reasons why is that New York has a great Cuban community. And obviously, being from Cuba, feels at home with the Mets. So it's not all about the dollars and cents with Cespedes. Ball and 2 strikes to the left-handed batting Walker. A couple of men on base as Hamill tries to work through traffic into first. Long pause and a pitch, the 1-2, and that one's inside and low.
Also has to do with the fact that players from the outside, they see what's being built here, especially with that young pitching core, and you saw a few examples of it before Cespedes in the offseason. Wilmer Flores, everything that happened with him at the trade deadline, the night he was crying on the field where they thought he was being traded to Milwaukee for Carlos Gomez. Zach Wheeler, another one of these pitchers, these young pitchers.
Here's the 2-2, swing and a miss, struck him out. Breaking ball down and in, Walker's out. And for the Mets, they get a couple of men on base, but do not score. We've played a half an inning in Vegas. The Mets nothing, the Chicago Cubs coming up.
Take home a game used or autographed item and help benefit Cubs charities. Cubs Authentics is a premier outlet for all MLB authenticated Cubs memorabilia. Visit Cubs.com/authentics to bid on weekly auction items and to pre-order game used bases and baseballs. The Cubs will donate net proceeds from the sale of Cubs Authentics items to Cubs charities.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Saturday, April 30th, the Cubs battle the Atlanta Braves at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Ron Santo replica statue presented by TransUnion. For more information, including ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Back out at Cashman Field along with Justin Shackle. I'm Mick Gillespie. Would love to hear from you. You can do that on Twitter, at Justin Shackle and at Broadcaster Mick. Chime in with predictions, questions, observations. Love to hear from you as the Cubs and the Mets now move to the bottom of the first inning. Chris Bryant, Jason Hayward, and Ben Zobrist. 3 starters for the Cubs that'll be in the lineup on Monday when they open the regular season against the LA Angels. Both of these teams opening up against American League clubs.
It was quick in and out 2-game series.
2 games here in Vegas, and then 2 games against the Angels for the Cubs, and 2 games against Kansas City for the Mets. Chris Bryant, .275 average a year ago, 26 home runs, 99 RBIs. Every game that he's played in since March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, the same day that the Mets won their last game, Chris Bryant has reached safely in, including yesterday, and he takes a called strike. Chris Bryant, a .315 springtime average, and the tall, thin, and athletic third baseman from right here in Sin City at the plate, and he swings and misses, and that's strike 2. Steven Matz on the mound. fifth starter in the Mets rotation. Works to Bryant, and here comes the lefty home. That's up and in. Matt's last pitched against the Washington Nationals, a Grapefruit League game, on March 27th. He went 5 2/3 innings, and he allowed just 1 run on 1 hit with 4 walks and 5 strikeouts. Bryant takes a called third strike.
That was Matt's most encouraging outing of the Grapefruit League. Up until then, he was struggling in his first 4 spring training starts, but kind of allowed all the Met fans to back off the ledge with that last start.
Jason Hayward with the Cardinals a year ago, where he hit .293, 13 home runs, 60 RBIs, then signed with the Cubs, a long-term deal. Lefty at the plate. Here's the pitch from the southpaw, and Matz delivers a strike. Hayward a 170 springtime average, but he's got 14 RBIs. Going to be in the 2 spot this year, at least to start the season, as he takes a ball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Cubs playing in Vegas. This is the 26th exhibition game that they've played here, the 1-1. And Hayward swings and bats it foul. They've played at least a game here every year for the last 12 seasons. And they first got here in 1993. Last year they swept the Oakland A's in a 2-game set, as Hayward takes inside a ball. They won yesterday 5-1. This one's scoreless in the bottom of the first. 1993, the first year and the first time they ever came here, they set the attendance record that still stands today. Here comes the 2-2. And that's up and into Hayward at 92. Little chin music, ball 3, and the count's full. They had 15,025 when they played the White Sox here in 1993. And I'm wondering where you could put all those people. Here comes the 3-2. Swing, lifted in the air, shallow left, late break. Conforto running in, but it's the shortstop Cabrera, as the ball really died once it got past the infield dirt. And he'll circle around it. The wind is blowing in. And he made the catch, and it looked like it affected the flight of that one. 2 outs. So here's Ben Zobrist. Both of these teams with new second basemen after excellent campaigns a year ago. Zobrist signed in the offseason from Kansas City, and the switch hitter batting right-handed in this scoreless first inning takes outside ball 1. Combined to hit .276 last year, 13 homers and 56 RBIs, and he takes outside for ball 2. And look, he is an on-base machine. And he's continued that this spring. Zobrist, a .308 average, as I mentioned, but a .426 on-base percentage. It was unbelievable as he takes outside, ball 3. Best on the team with 8 walks compared to just 5 strikeouts. And he's hit safely in his last 8 games and reached safely in his last 11 as he takes a strike. It's 3-1. This guy just figures out a way to get on base. 3 balls and a strike to count to Zobrist. Here it comes to him. And that's outside, ball 4, and he does it again. He's not going to get himself out, and he draws a 2-out walk, and that brings up Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo, an all-star twice now in his career, a .278 hitter a season ago, 31 homers and 101 RBIs. Rizzo from the left side, crowds the plate. He was hit 30 times last year, most in the major leagues. Lefty against lefty. The pitch to Rizzo. High, ball 1, scoreless in the bottom of the first inning. The Mets had 2 on with 1 out, and Jason Hamill, a couple of punch-outs, kept them off the board. Been a nice stay. Spent a lot of time around the Mandalay Bay Hotel as the pitch is in there for a strike, and down on the Vegas Strip. Saw the famous sign.
Past a lot of people who have parked their cars to go take their picture underneath the sign. There's actually a parking lot for a sign where you can stop your car and get out and wait online for a picture.
There's a strike, an off-speed pitch, and it's 1-2. That famous diamond-shaped sign, "Welcome to Las Vegas." Yeah, as you mentioned, it stays packed. Because those signs, they look different during the day than they do at night. Not far off from the hotel. As a throw to first keeps Zobrist close to the bag. Rizzo, very thick legs, strong hitter from the left side as Matt's keeping a close eye on Zobrist. Brandon Hyde coaches first for the Cubs. Gary Jones takes care of third for Joe Madden's staff. Here it comes. And that's high for ball 2. I mentioned yesterday that Anthony Rizzo brought a special guest to the clubhouse to meet with the team a few days ago while spring training was going on in Arizona, as he swings this time and misses strike 3. And the side's retired. We'll talk more about that visit from Tim Grover later on. And Rizzo, just like Michael Jordan, the great basketball player with the Bulls, has become one of Chicago's best athletes. We head to the second inning, and from here in Vegas, after 1, Mets and Cubs scoreless.
Every Cub has a story. Anthony Rizzo, the Italian kid from Florida, hits home runs and shares his orange slices. John Lester, the country boy, loves the outdoors and pitches with a fire inside. Addison Russell, the shy, quiet kid who lets his play do all the shouting. Each took a different path to get here, but they share the same dream: postseason glory at Wrigley Field. Be there for every moment of the journey. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
You know, a lot of people think I have the best seat in the house. No way. The best seat in the house is right here, cheering on the Cubs with the greatest fans in the world and the greatest beer in the world, Budweiser. Yeah, nothing quenches a Cub fan's thirst for victory quite like the king of beer. Oh, wow, here comes another one. Cub fans, this Bud's for you.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
One in the books from Vegas, and it's scoreless as the Mets come back to the plate. Take on Jason Hamill, along with Justin Shackle. I'm Mick Gillespie. Great to have you with us here on Cubs.com. Michael Conforto will lead off, followed by Asdrubal Cabrera, then Travis d'Arnaud. Cubs and Mets, two of the favorites in the National League. Conforto, a 270 average last year for the National League winning Mets. 9 home runs, 26 RBIs. Left-handed batter against the righty. And he'll dig in. Hamill kicks and deals, and the first pitch is fouled away, strike 1. Hamill's 33 years old, and he's signed through 2016. Was brought up through the Tampa Bay Rays minor league chain. So he's no Joe Madden a long time. He was his first big league skipper. Pitch is fouled back. Got to the Rays in 2006. His best season was 2009 with Colorado. And as the pitch is swung on and stroked out in the left field, coming in, Soler will play it on the bounce, and Conforto with a knock. The second straight inning that the Mets have led off with a hit. Here's another former Tampa Bay Ray, Asdrubal Cabrera. Scoreless here at the top of the second inning. Cabrera was with the Rays a year ago. 265 hitter there, 15 home runs and 58 RBIs. Came over to the Mets in the offseason. Yeah, 2009 with Colorado, he had 10 wins, 8 losses, and a 4.33 ERA in the Mile High City. That's really good. It's hard to pitch there as the offering is in for a strike to the lefty. Put up really good numbers with Baltimore in 2012, 8-6 and a 3.43 ERA. And 2014 with the Cubs. Remember, before he was traded to the A's and the deal that brought over Addison Russell, there's an off-speed pitch way out in front. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Went 8-5 and had a 2.98 earned run average. It's kind of tailed off in the second half of some of the seasons over the last few years. So this offseason worked hard on building a little more strength in his legs. And he's expecting to have a very good year. Last year, I mean, you talk about it, 10-7, 31 starts. He threw 170 innings as he delivers, and it's cut on and missed, strike 3. Third strikeout for the righty Hamill. And there's one out here in the second inning. So now Travis d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud, 12 homers, 41 RBIs. At 268, he's the Mets starting catcher. Scoreless game here in the top of the second inning from Vegas. I'll tell you, when Jason Hamill, a pitcher of that caliber, is in the 4th spot in your rotation, it really shows that your team has pitching depth. Works from the stretch, runner at first, and here it comes. And that's inside, spins him off the plate, ball 1. Hamill, the long pause. And again, he gets the sign from Schwarber, and home it comes. Swing, another breaking pitch, bounced foul. Great story by Mark Gonzalez from the Chicago Tribune about Hamill's off-season work, where Hamill admitted he's not pitched to his expectations in the second half the last few years, and that he reached out to former pitching coach Tom House, and those two got together in the offseason as the pitch is high for a ball. And it's 2 balls and a strike. So there's a little difference in his delivery this spring. More pronounced hip rotation. Hamill peers back over at first. Conforto not far from the bag and throws over to Rizzo, and the runner back in easily. House looks to find the easiest way for pitchers to throw hard and at the same time try to avoid groin and knee injuries. Two and one, here it comes. Swing, bounced up the middle. It's a base hit over the second base bag. Conforto gets the second and stops there, and there's runners at first and second, and pitcher Steven Matz coming up. Got the ground ball you want for the possible double play, but no one there. Just hit it in a spot and found a hole. So 2 on for Matz. 286 hitter last year with 5 RBIs doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be up here bunting.
Matt's a Long Island guy from New York, local favorite, but he's also a pretty popular figure here in Las Vegas. He played for the Las Vegas 51s last season, and he had a sub-3 ERA. That is tough to do for a pitcher in this Pacific Coast League.
Las Vegas, home of the Mets AAA club for 4 years now, as the pitch is low and away, ball 1. Tim Tuffle coaches third for the Mets. Tom Goodwin takes care of first. Tuffle jogged down the line right before Matz stepped to the plate. Gave him some words, and he hasn't squared the bunt yet. Now he does. Here it comes. And it's bunted. Goodwin out in front of the plate. Grabbed by Rizzo, and the first baseman throws to Zobrist covering the bag. Max lays down an excellent sacrifice bunt. Conforto to third. Darno to second. And 2 outs for Curtis Granderson, who doubled in the first inning and was picked off on a fielder's choice ground ball back to Hamill. If you're scoring at home, 3-4 on the out. Granderson taps the bat on home. He was 0 for 4 yesterday with a couple of strikeouts. Righty to lefty. Granderson takes high, ball 1. This is the advantage of having someone like Granderson at the top of the lineup. 70 RBIs a year ago. For a leadoff man, he can drive in runs. Scoreless game, top of the second. Hamill for the second straight inning working with traffic on the bags. Here's the righty home. And that one misses high and away, ball 2. Last year, Hamill left the game July 8th against the Cardinals after 1 inning with a calf, hamstring, knee injury. And from that point on, really struggled as the 2-0 is just off the plate, ball 3. Before that, he was 5-4 in 17 starts, had a .286 earned run average. After that, he went 5-3, but had a .510 earned run average. Here's the 3-0. Swing, ground ball, diving for it, Zobrist. He's got it from the shift. Shallow right, throws to first, and Rizzo can't handle. Conforto scores, and the Mets lead 1-0. Not very often do you see Rizzo unable to make a pick. After the great stop by Rizzo, you have the shift on, that diamond shift. And Zobrist on that laser was able to dive and knock it down and then get up, and really didn't have a lot of time with Granderson running to make a great throw. And they're going to charge an error on Rizzo. David Wright up, men at first and third, 1-0 Mets. That's a tough error. Zobrist, a nice job to stop it as the pitch is in there for a strike. I'd love to see the replay of that, though. It was a low throw to the right field side of the bag. Rizzo, I think one of the best defenders, if not the best in baseball at first. Now the 0-1. Swing, popped in the air, foul, first base way. Rizzo runs over, shading his eyes from the sun with his first baseman mitt. But the ball's foul.
They actually gave the error to Zobrist on the throw.
Really? Yeah, I'm not sure that. I don't know how you give him an error. That was a heck of a dive. And with
Ball had to be caught.
Running, yeah, I mean, with Granderson running, you don't have a lot of time, from your knees to make a sure throw. Hamill ready, and the 0-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Wright is 0 for 2, but the Mets score. We head to the home half of the second inning, and the Mets break through. It's New York 1, the Cubs 0.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
Clark, the official mascot of the Chicago Cubs, can be a part of your next event. From community outings to wedding receptions and birthday parties, Clark wants to be invited. Visit Cubs.com/kids for more information on bringing Clark to your next party.
On Saturday, September 3rd, the Cubs take on the Giants at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Cubs tumbler, presented by Pepsi. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
The Mets will have actually started the regular season while the Cubs are still playing an exhibition game. How about that? The Mets and the Kansas City Royals start the regular season. That's Sunday night, right? Sunday night baseball. And then the Cubs play the Angels from Anaheim on Sunday in an exhibition game.
The Cubs and Angels are actually going to be the only exhibition game going on Sunday in the entire major leagues. Now, why do you think that is?
I'm stumped, really. Kyle Hendricks will pitch that game against Matt Shoemaker. And the regular season opens on Monday. Last of the second inning, it is 1-0 Mets. Wilmer Flores is now at third for the Mets. And the first pitch to Jorge Soler is off speed, and it's in there for a strike. So the Mets, they had the starters play most of the game yesterday as the pitch is off the plate, 1 ball and 1 strike. And I'm expecting that they'll probably sub out a lot of the Mets regulars today. Unearned run on the error as Soler hits a smash, but right at Walker. The second baseman down to a knee fields it. And then he throws to first, 1 down. So Kyle Schwarber up. Power hitting catcher, the left-hander with 16 home runs, 43 RBIs, a 246 batting average. Very limited big league action a year ago.
Yeah, not surprised David Wright was the first player for the Mets to be lifted, again with that spinostenosis back condition that's going to be monitored the entire 2016 season. Hasn't played a whole lot of action, only 8 games this spring.
First pitch down and in, ball 1.
But they've pretty much seen everything that they need. He's been playing on back-to-back days and full 9 innings.
Here's the 1-0, and that's taken high. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Yeah, for him, it's manager Terry Collins figuring out when to get him in, when to get him out. Save those innings, keep him fresh, as 2-0 is a called strike. And the count now is 2-1. Schwarber steps in, takes a look at the lefty Mets. Here it comes, swing, fouled off. Got some great feedback on Twitter. You can chime in at Broadcaster Mick, at Justin Shackle. James says, we were talking about that game in 1993 where the Cubs and Sox played here in front of 15,025. And he says, we used to have a berm all the way around before they raised the walls to 20 feet tall. As Schwarber takes a call, 3rd strike. He didn't like that one. Looks back at the home plate umpire. Has a few words for Dan Bellino. And he heads back to the dugout. 2 up and 2 down in the Cubs' second inning. Addison Russell, and that's ahead by a run. A 242 hitter, 13 homers, 54 RBIs. Well, that makes sense. And then when you look, after he mentioned that, behind that tall fence, you can see where the berm used to sit. First pitch to the right, he taken, ball 1. Russell been very electric at the plate this spring. A 250 average, 5 home runs, 12 RBIs as he takes a ball. Kerry wants to know, just tuning in now, what is the crowd like today in Vegas? Let's go. It's a big crowd. It's another sellout. As the pitch is outside again, ball 3. And I mentioned it yesterday. I mean, you just go through the exhibition games that the Cubs played all but 2 of their home games at Sloan were sellouts. And then most of the games on the road were sellouts as well. I mean, maybe a handful of games where it was a crowd with empty seats, as another pitch is high and a 2-out walk for the second straight inning issued by Matz. So now Matt Caesar. Caesar on the 25-man roster. Limited big league action last year, hit .222. He had a home run and 8 RBI. Yeah, it's another very big audience. Everywhere the Cubs and Mets go, and I'll throw the Mets in there too, there's going to be a lot of their fans that are going to show up to watch them as the righty takes a strike. Caesar batting .400 in spring training, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. The pause and the 0-1. Outside missed, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Blinzo says, best spring training experience ever, Kawasaki home run with the whole crowd chanting his name. I agree. That was funny. Pitch fouled off. That was against Oakland, the second to last game of the Cactus League. The crowd's chanting Kawasaki, Kawasaki. And then he hit a 3-run homer. Got a standing ovation and a curtain call. Been a fun spring as the 1-2's delivered down and in, and the count now 3-1. Or excuse me, 2-2. 2-2.
Not too many cactus curtain calls.
No.
They don't come around too often.
Andrew wants to know which Met hurler impresses you the most. Jim Henderson and Jerry Blevins. They're former Cubs minor leaguers and players I remember coming up through the chain. I'm impressed by both of their character. They're both great guys. But as far as like on the field,
choose your poison.
Yeah, Syndergaard. I mean, Thor. It's hard to beat that 99 coming in at about your knees with movement. And if you get an umpire that just wants to call that low strike, it felt like in the postseason there were a lot of very low strikes for him. It's almost impossible to hit it as the pitch is fouled away.
What's really impressive about those 3 hurlers, Matt Harvey, Noah Syndergaard, Jacob deGrom, also, they're young, but they're fearless. They'll come at you, no problem. A lot of potential, a lot of promise, a lot of excitement for those 3.
That pitch is off the plate, so now it's 3-2 to Caesar. 2 outs, the runner will be moving on the pitch. Cubs down a run here in the second.
And you can piggyback Steven Matz with those 3 as well.
Yep. And then Wheeler when he returns, and they said that could be May, June, somewhere in that neighborhood. The Mets have an abundance of pitching.
Zach Wheeler, often forgotten, he was at one point their top pitching prospect.
Here comes the offering home, and it's a called third strike. High fastball, inside corner, and that's the 4th strikeout for Matz. Cubs strand a runner on base. They've left 2 on so far. We head to the 3rd inning. It remains the Mets 1, the Cubs nothing.
On Monday, August 1st, the Cubs battle the Miami Marlins at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Chris Bryant Rookie of the Year bobblehead, presented by Wintrust Community Banks. For more information or purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Hey Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
On Sunday, August 14th, the Cubs battle the Cardinals. The first 5,000 kids in attendance receive a Clark hat, presented by Velveeta. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Now some changes for the Cubs. Mentioned that we expected some of the starters to make cameos, and already the Cubs have started the replacements. Tommy LaStella in for Chris Bryant. He's the new third baseman. Mooney Kawasaki is at shortstop. Addison Russell is out. Yasiel Balaguer homered yesterday. He takes over first base from Anthony Rizzo. And Albert Almora is in right field for Jason Hayward. So some changes for the Cubs as they trail it 1-0 here in Vegas in the third inning. Yoenis Cespedes walking to the plate, and with the play-by-play, here's Justin.
All right, thanks, Mick. Like we mentioned, the changes: LaStella at third, Kawasaki now at shortstop, Yasiel Balaguer over at first base, and Albert Almora in the outfield. Jason Hamill back out to work. Into the windup, the first pitch to the righty, Cespedes. It's a fastball at 91 miles an hour, just missing up and in. It's a 1-0. Cespedes walked his first time up. Mets trying to break a 14-game winless streak to end spring training. 1-0 pitch. And it's in there for a strike. 1-1. One of the concerns with this play from the Mets, like we mentioned, just 7 wins in the 14-game winless streak. Haven't won since March 17th. 1-1 delivery. Is a fastball in there for a strike. It's a ball and 2 strikes to Cespedes. Some of the big-time pitchers, like Matt Harvey and even today's starter Steven Matz, their closer Jeurys Familia, all have inflated ERAs here in the spring. Some have pitched better down the stretch here as spring training comes to a close, which 1-2 is popped foul behind home plate. It remains a ball and 2 strikes on Cespedes, which makes the ease up a little bit. But a guy like Cespedes, who carried this Mets offense down the stretch, he has gone homerless here in the spring. Has hit pretty good average. Came into today at 386, but no home runs. 1-2 pitch coming. Swung on, blasted in the air, deep left field. Number 1 could be coming now, and it does, just over the wall in left center. Line drive, solo home run off that 20-foot high wall here at Cashman Field. And Yoenis Cespedes with homer number 1 in spring training. The Mets have added to their lead. It's 2-0.
Yeah, it's amazing how you go through spring training and you'll see players not put up the numbers that you're accustomed to, and then all of a sudden opening day happens and the stars like Cespedes do what they've done every regular season. They hit, and they play the field, and they're able to turn it off and turn it on at will.
So now all Met fans and the New York media can take a breath. The first pitch to Lucas Duda is up and away. 2-0 New York here in the top of the third. For Hamill, that was the third home run he's given up this spring. This one sent high in the air, right center field. Moving over toward the gap is Matt Caesar. He's under it, makes the two-handed catch. And there's the first out here in the top of the third. So Duda retired. And here comes Neil Walker to the plate. Walker struck out his first time up. Hamill with 4 Ks on the afternoon. Mets ahead by 2. Walker, switch hitter, batting from the left side. And here's the first pitch from the right-hander, Hamels. It's a fastball just off the inside corner of the plate, 1-0. Neil Walker starting year number 1 with the Mets, traded from the Pirates back in December. Popped in the air, left field, moving toward the line is Jorge Soler with the shades on. Now comes back more toward his right, makes the catch with one hand, and there's 2 away. Walker is really beginning a whole new life. Pittsburgh native, grew up there, drafted by the Pirates, played his first 7 seasons in Pittsburgh. Really, the only time he was not living in his hometown was when he was in the minors in the Pirates organization. Here he's now in New York with a new organization. Here's Michael Conforto, left fielder for the Mets. First pitch is outside, 1-0. Conforto, left-handed hitter, singled his first time up, scored the first run of the ball game. Mets ahead by 2 in the top of the third. Nobody on, 2 outs, and the pitch is aired over toward right center once again. Coming in, Albert Almora has his sunglasses on, makes the nonchalant catch, chest high, and the side is retired. So the Mets get another one. The first homer of the spring for Yoenis Cespedes gives the Mets another run. They lead it 2-0 at the end of 2.5 here in Las Vegas.
Once again, the Cubs will feature Budweiser Bleacher Fridays on select days starting with Friday, May 27th. Budweiser Bleacher Fridays celebrate the unique experience that only happens in the famed bleachers of Wrigley Field. Each Budweiser Bleacher Friday will feature a special giveaway only available to Bleacher fans 21 and over. Don't miss out on the experience. Visit Cubs.com for the complete list of scheduled dates, the latest updates, and ticket availability.
Hey Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
On Monday, July 18th, the Cubs take on the New York Mets. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive Cubs earbuds with case, presented by Starwood Preferred Guest. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
Back here in Vegas, Mets on top of the Cubs, 2-0 as we move on to the bottom of the third. Justin Shackle along with Mick Gillespie. Final spring training webcast here on Cubs.com. Some changes for the Mets defensively as Steven Matz goes back out to work. Yoenis Cespedes fresh after hitting his first home run of the spring. His day is done. Want to end on a high note. Juan Lagares is in center field for the Mets. Matt Reynolds, who is ticketed for AAA Las Vegas right here in Sin City, is now in left field. Jason Hamill, the pitcher, and the number 9 hitter, stepping up to the plate against Steven Matz. There's some more changes. And the first pitch is shot foul, first base side. It goes out of play. Eric Campbell is the new first baseman. He replaces Lucas Duda.
Yeah, left field is Alejandro Diaza.
Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch, and it's 0-2. So Diaza, not Reynolds, in left field.
Makes it easy, though. You got to start the AAA season here. Play an exhibition with the big league team.
And Terry Collins, Mets manager, that pitch was punched foul, first base side, finalizing his roster today. Next offering, swing and a miss on a changeup. Darno drops the ball, then tags Hamill. So first out here in the bottom of the third. Steven Matz with his 5th strikeout.
Yeah, last night, kind of waiting for that moment where the Mets just brought in a whole new team, and it never happened. They just kept the regulars out there for the most part, but not the case today.
So here is Albert Almora batting in the leadoff spot where Chris Bryant ended his day. First pitch to Almora is upstairs, 1-0. Mets ahead 2-0 here in the bottom of the third. The pitch, nubbed foul behind home plate. And it is 1-1. Almora, right-handed hitter. Matz to the plate. The 1-1. Swung on and hit foul again, first base side. A ball and 2 strikes. Almora, 22 years of age. This is his 20th spring training game. Hit .263 in the Cactus League. No homers, 2 driven in. 1-2 for Matz. Breaking ball just misses upstairs, and it's 2-2.
Sooner or later, he's going to be in the major leagues full time.
2-2. Hit foul again down the right field line to that grassy berm area. Tommy Listello waits on deck. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped on the ground, left side of the infield. Charging it is Flores. He'll throw on the run to first in time, so the third baseman makes the play. 2 away. Almora retired, and here comes Tommy Listello. The new right fielder as well for New York. This one sent high in the air, left field. Lagares moving over. Diaz, the left fielder, shading his eyes with his glove, finally makes the catch, and that's the third out. 3 up, 3 down here in the bottom of the third. Cubs go quietly. We move on to the fourth here in Las Vegas. It's the Mets 2, the Cubs nothing.
Hey, Cubs fans, let's go. Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
On Saturday, September 18th, the Cubs battle the Brewers at 3:05. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Kyle Schwarber home run bobblehead presented by Comcast Sportsnet. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
You know, during the off-season, I'm the mayor of Rush Street. But once the Cubbies take the field, I'm the mayor of Sheffield Avenue. Right, Ray?
That's right, Mr. Mayor.
And my platform, plenty of Cub victories and plenty of ice-cold Budweiser. Now, that's a winning ticket any bleacher bum can vote for.
Can a bum vote twice?
Holy cow, why not? Cub fans, this Bud's for you.
Now that's what I call serving the people.
2-0 Mets through 3 innings here in Las Vegas. They're trying to win for the first time in 14 games, and they've got a 2-0 lead, including a home run by Yoenis Cespedes, his first this spring. It's their final exhibition game before they open up the regular season against the Kansas City Royals, a rematch of last year's World Series. How about that? You get a rematch of the National League Championship Series, then you get a rematch of the World Series, and those games count.
It'll be Matt Harvey and Edinson Volquez Sunday night. First pitch to Asdrubal Cabrera, one of the few remaining Mets starters. It misses the glove of Kyle Schwarber completely. I think it's Nick D'Ambolino, the home plate umpire. Seems to be okay. Cabrera's 0 for 1, struck out his first time up on a nice changeup from Jason Hamill, who gave up a run in the second on an error with 2 away. And then allowed a home run to Yoenis Cespedes back last inning in the third. 2-0 Mets. Next pitch to Cabrera. Misses high and away, 2-0. Cabrera, switch hitter, batting from the left side. Missed a couple weeks in spring training after straining his left patellar tendon. Returned to action on Monday. He's getting a little bit more work. 2-0. Swung on and whacked foul on the first base side near the Met dugout. signed a 2-year deal, $18.5 million in the offseason with the Mets after spending 2015 with the Rays. Also has a team option for 2018. 2-1, fouled back behind home plate, and it evens things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cabrera was a .295 hitter in late and close situations. Late and close. Plate appearances in the 7th inning or later. 2-2. That one nubbed foul again, first base side, with the batting team tied ahead by 1, or the tying run at least on deck.
So that makes him clutch. I think that is an interesting stat, one I didn't realize they kept, but they keep all these stats now.
2-2. Big breaking ball missing upstairs, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Now, growing up as a kid, you'd get your baseball cards, and you had your stat line on there, home runs, RBIs.
Late and close couldn't make the print.
No. But I'll tell you what, those things matter. Those are the players that you want up at the plate when the game's on the line.
Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him. Looked like a slider. Low and inside. Short ball tag Cabrera out. And he strikes out the leadoff man here in the top of the 4th.
Now, working with Len, seems like I pick up a new stat every game. You know, he's really in tune with a lot of the stuff that they keep now, Fangraphs and other areas and other websites that do an awesome job of giving you numbers that you normally wouldn't have.
Here's Travis d'Arnaud. He swings and fouls the first pitch back by the home plate area, 0-1. You can get lost on a site like Fangraphs.
Yeah.
2-0 Mets here over the Cubs in the top of the 4th inning. Second game of this 2-game set here in Las Vegas between these two teams. Next pitch in there for a strike, and it is quickly 0-2.
Had a conversation with Kyle Hendricks. We were talking about day games versus night games. Is it better for the pitcher or the hitter?
Next pitch from Hamels, low and away. Ball and 2 strikes.
I theorized that it was better for the hitters because you see the entire baseball. There's a lot more light than, night games under the stadium candles.
1-2. Curveball tapped foul behind home plate.
I have nothing to back that up.
Just experience watching games.
Oh, yeah.
Mets up by 2 here in the top of the 4th. Hamill ready, rocks through the motion, the 1-2. Swung on, hard ground ball over towards shortstop. Gloving it, no problem, Kawasaki. Long throw to first, it's in time. And there's 2 away.
That makes Kawasaki so good for me at shortstop. He reminds me of Elliot Soto. He was a Cubs minor leaguer for a long time, and now he's with the Marlins, traded last year to get Dan Herron. These guys are able to run downhill to get the ball. Just real quick feet and almost an instinct to get there.
2 away, nobody on here. Steven Matz punches this one down the right field line. It's a fair ball. Trickles into foul territory. Almora up with it, throws into the cutoff man, and Steven Matz talked about how good of a hitter he was for a pitcher. He's on at first base with 2 away.
Yeah, he had 286 last year and had 5 RBIs. I know that's only a small sample size. He played in 6 big league games. But still, I mean, if you're able to hit in the 9th spot, it changes the entire lineup. If, on the other side, if you got a pitcher that's out every time and then you can get on base some, it's like having an American League lineup, even in a National League game.
So 2 outs, runner at first, and the batter's Travis Tygeron, Mets minor leaguer, who replaced Curtis Granderson. And the first pitch low and away. It's 1-0. Tygeron, 27 years of age. He was drafted in the 18th round by the Mets in 2011. This is his 20th spring training game this year. .368 batter in spring training with the big league club. 2 homers, 11 RBIs. And the pitch in there for a strike, 1-1, a right-handed bat. Tygeron played in Las Vegas in 2015. Knows this park well, hit 25 homers here at Cashman Field. So Matt's the runner over at first. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball from Hamill. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Now this is a rematch, a pitching rematch of Game 4 of the NLCS. Hamill and Matz.
And for right now, C.J. Riefenhauser, lefty, loosening in the Cubs bullpen. But yeah.
1-2. Change up. In there for a called strike on the outside corner. Delayed call by Dan Bellino, but Hamill racks up his 6th strikeout through 4 innings. No runs, a hit, 1 man left. We've played 3.5 here in Vegas. It's the Mets 2 and the Cubs nothing.
Hey, Cubs fans, let's go! Don't miss your chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Reserve your place in line for history in the making. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waiting list.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite new era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Monday, April 11th, the Cubs take on the Reds in their home opener at 7:05. The first 30,000 fans in attendance receive the official Cubs magnet schedule presented by G. Ordano's. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
On Wednesday, August 17th, the Cubs take on the Brewers at 7:05. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Cubs Beach tote bag presented by Las Vegas. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
Matt Reynolds, the shortstop for the Mets. They lead the Cubs 2-0 here in the 4th. Travis d'Arnaud is the last of the Mets starters. The catcher's still in the ball game. And lefty Steven Matz is still on the mound. He has, so far, shut the Cubs out. No hits. Has walked a couple of batters as the Mets try to win for the first time since St. Patty's Day.
And 2-0 New York, trying to break that 14-game winless streak to close out spring training. We're wondering, is it better served if they come away with the win here, or do they go into the regular season starting Sunday night with that 15-game winless streak on their backs? What do you think is better?
I mean, I don't think when the regular season starts that anyone's going to remember spring training. And after being around this for 8 years.
First pitch to Ben Zobrist, one of the few remaining Cubs starters, is in there for a strike at 0-1.
I can't remember the record that the Cubs had in spring training last year. So you want to win, but you really just want to play well.
0-1. The pitch misses upstairs, 1-1.
I think that what would really bother Terry Collins is if the team was just playing bad baseball.
Matt's ready to go. Lefty into his windup. The next pitch to Zobrist is a fastball in there for a strike at 93 miles an hour. We mentioned Matt's from Long Island. Didn't grow up too far from Flushing, where the Mets play their home games. In Queens, 1-2 pitch. Swung on. Little tapper over towards shortstop. Waiting for it is Reynolds. Sweeping throw to first. Gets Zobrist. One away here in the bottom of the 4th. Matz was called up in late June of last year to make his big league debut. Pitched very well. He made 2 starts, though, before going on the disabled list with a torn muscle in his back. And from that, he missed a good chunk of the season. Didn't return until September the 6th. Only made 4 regular season starts. Here's Mooney Kawasaki. And the first pitch to him is in there for a strike. 1-1. Kawasaki batting in the cleanup spot where Anthony Rizzo started the day. 0-1. It's outside. And it's a ball and a strike. Wilmer Flores even with the bag at third, but well off the line. The 1-1 swung on and rolled foul third base side.
It is so tough to figure out when they make those changes where everyone's hitting in the lineup. And I look online.
1-2. Breaking ball upstairs evens up 2-2.
And they've got Kawasaki on the box score, batting where Addison Russell was in the lineup. But that's not where he's hitting. He's hitting where Rizzo was. So sometimes we just find out when they come to the plate.
Surprise. He's a 364 hitter in Cactus League action. Homer, 8 RBIs. A real tough decision made by Joe Madden. 2-2. Swung on another high bouncer over toward the left side of the infield. Flores to his left, throws to first. It can't be handled by Eric Campbell. Kawasaki is safe over at first base. And we'll see how they score that one. The Cubs have a runner at first, and they will still be without their first hit of the afternoon. It's going to be an error on the third baseman, Flores. The wide throw. So a runner at first for the Cubs. And here comes the tying run to the plate in the last of the fourth. Jorge Soler, 0 for 1. With Kawasaki leading off first base, Campbell holding him on. And Matz to the plate. First pitch gets behind Darno, goes to the backstop. A wild pitch by Matz, and Kawasaki will take second base. And they're going to call that a pass ball, but that pitch was well out of the zone. Matz returned in September after that back injury, made 3 postseason starts, and an 0-1 record with a 3.68 ERA. Pitched Game 4 against the Cubs in the NLCS. 1-0, bounces in the dirt. 2-0 as Matz falls behind Jorge Soler. Grounded out to second, his first time up. Matz is in a very unique standing. 2-0. Pitch to the plate. Swung on line drive right to shortstop. Reynolds has it. There's the out. Holds on over at second base as Kawasaki slides back safely. Reynolds threw to second just to make sure all was squared up over there to TJ Rivera, but Kawasaki was back safely. So a line drive out to the shortstop for Soler. He's retired. 2 away. Here's Kyle Schwarber. Both teams' starting catchers will presumably stay in this game until the starting pitchers are out. 2-0 Mets. Last of the fourth. Runner at second with 2 away. Lefty. Pitch. Line to the air. Right field. Moving over toward the line. Tigeron makes the catch. A quick line drive out. Schwarber and the Cubs are retired, so they get a runner on base with the error, but cannot bring him home. And we played 4 here in Vegas. Mets have a 2-0 lead on the Cubs as we move on to inning number 5.
Take home a game used or autographed item and help benefit Cubs charities. Cubs Authentics is a premier outlet for all MLB authenticated Cubs memorabilia. Visit Cubs.com/authentics to bid on weekly auction items and to pre-order game used bases and baseballs. The Cubs will donate net proceeds from the sale of Cubs Authentics items to Cubs charities.
On Wednesday, July 20th, the Cubs play the New York Mets at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Jake Arrieta Cy Young Award bobblehead presented by Pepsi. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
Back out at Cashman Field, the Mets have the lead 2-0 over the Cubs as we move on to the 5th inning, and a new pitcher on the mound for the Cubs. Jason Hamill's day is done. Final tune-up of the spring for Hamill. 4 innings pitched. He gave up 1 earned run, 2 total on 5 hits, and struck out 6. Gave up that homer to Yoenis Cespedes in the 3rd inning. And the new pitcher is left-hander C.J. Riefenhauser, making his 5th appearance here this spring for the Cubs. He's given up 3 runs on 8 hits in 3 2/3, also a pair of home runs. And he'll face the Mets here with the third baseman, Wilmer Flores, at the plate. Back with the play-by-play, here's Mick.
All right, Justin, great to see Joe Rios. Cubs, as the pitch is inside for a ball from the Cubs front office. The director of broadcast operations, and he's the man behind the Cubs.com webcast. On hand here in Vegas for today's game. 2-0 score as the pitch to Flores is fouled down in front of the plate, and it's a ball and a strike. Throughout the day here in this valley, I'm talking about an absolutely picturesque afternoon. The blue skies, a couple of white clouds scattered. You can see the barren mountains that enclose the Las Vegas area. Riefenhauser ready, and the 1-1, and there's a pitch that swung on and fouled back. And throughout the day, you'll hear the sound of jets, and that's because of Nellis Air Force Base, which is in the area. So a lot of fighter jets doing practice runs. The 99th Air Wing out here as well. Here comes the 1-2, and that's high for a ball. A nice leaping catch by Wilson Contreras behind the plate. There's no one on base, so it didn't affect the game, but I'll tell you, Dan Bellino, the home plate umpire, glad that he jumped up and caught that. Make some points there with the home plate umpire on a catch like that. Here's the 2-2. Swing, bounce towards third, charging forward. Nice pick by LaStella, and he'll wing it across the green in time for the out. In between Hop and LaStella just snagged it and then made the perfect throw, and Flores is retired. One up, one down, and Lagares up.
Juan Lagares, a Gold Glove outfielder from just 2 seasons ago. Now the 4th outfielder, first guy off Terry Collins' bench.
It's very good depth for the Mets as the pitch is in there for a strike. It's 2-0 New York here in the 5th inning. So Wilson Contreras is behind the plate. Top catching prospect in baseball. And the 0-1 on the outside corner for a strike. Watching him develop has really been a treat. He won the Southern League batting title last year, but his work behind the plate has just continued to improve. It'll be interesting to see how it continues to go as that pitch is rolled towards Kawasaki. Shortstop charges, scratch gravels, he grabs it, throws on to first, and Bellicourt comes off the bag, and he'll tag Lagares as he tries to get to first, and that's the 2nd out. You have to hurry with the speedster coming up the line. Not a great throw by Kawasaki, but a good play by the first baseman. So 2 outs. 2-0 Mets, and Eric Campbell up. Cespedes with a home run in the 3rd inning. First offerings off the plate, ball 1. 68 pitches, 44 for strikes for Jason Hamill in his 4 innings, allowing 5 hits and 1 earned run, 2 total with a walk and 6 strikeouts. He's ready for his first regular season start as the pitch is outside, ball 2. So that means all the starters with Kyle Hendricks slated to go in the exhibition game against the Angels on Sunday have pitched well as they get ready for the beginning of the regular season. Good sign for the Cubs. Here's the 2-0, and that's up and in. Wind has shifted a little bit. It was blowing straight at us, and instead now blowing towards the right field foul pole across the field. Riefenhauser steps in, leans on the black leather glove as he gets the sign from Contreras. And the 3-0 pitch. Swing, line. Oh, what a catch at third by La Stella. 2 steps to his glove side, and then fully extended. He snares it out of midair, stealing a hit away from Campbell and retiring the side. Some good defensive plays by the Cubs in the 5th inning. And the Mets hit it hard, but they go in order. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Cubs coming back up. They trail New York 2-0.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
Be sure to check out the EMC Legend Suite, located on the Naveen Investments Suite level. Not only will your group enjoy a gourmet food and beverage package, they'll also receive a pregame tour and a visit from a former Cubs player during the game. You will talk baseball, take photos, and get autographs while hearing classic baseball stories. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Are you in charge of planning your next social gathering? Plan a day at Wrigley Field and enjoy special perks only available inside the ballpark. The Chicago Cubs offer special ticket packages for groups of 15 or more. Visit Cubs.com/groups.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Fifth inning here in Vegas. Cubs haven't lost in Las Vegas in the last 2 years. They beat the Mets yesterday 5-1. They swept the A's last year. Put the Mets with a 2-0 lead. Yasiel Belliger leading off for the Cubs. Homered yesterday. Cubs looking for their first hit, and here it comes from Steven Matz, who's still in there in the start, and it's ball 1. Big, strong guy. That really fills out the uniform. Pitch to the righty, and that's off the plate. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Great crowd. Another sellout. So both of these games turned into sellouts as the pitch is a strike. Last year, Balagert played for South Bend in the Midwest League. That's low A baseball. He lines one towards the shortstop, and Reynolds backs up a couple of steps and makes the catch. 1 down. He had 7 home runs in 82 games, 40 RBI. But he's retired, and there's 1 out. Listed as an outfielder, we've seen him play first base. So 1 gone, and now Matt Caesar. 2 runs on 5 hits and an error for New York. No runs, no hits, and 1 error for the Cubs. That error cost the Cubs a run. An unearned run in the 2nd inning. Righty at the plate, lefty on the mound. And the first pitch is cut on and missed. Strike 1. Wilson Contreras on deck for the Cubs. He'll get his first at bat. Now the offering home, and Caesar swings. Bats one over the screen our direction and foul. Caesar was drafted by the Dodgers in the 38th round out of Lower Cape May Regional High School, but instead enrolled at Villanova as he swings and strokes one towards center. But Lagares there waiting, and the center fielder backs up and makes the catch. So we'll call that a line out for Caesar. 2 up and 2 down, and here's Wilson Contreras try to get the Cubs started in the 5th inning, looking for their first hit. Contreras, part of the Cubs' original spring training roster, takes a called strike. 8th season in the Cubs organization. So they've really developed him from an infielder to a catcher, and now a top prospect as the pitch is a strike. Last year led the Southern League in batting, .333, had 8 home runs and 75 RBIs. But what's even more impressive is he had a .413 on base percentage, 57 walks, only 62 strikeouts. But he takes that one inside on the corner, and he's out on 3 pitches. Strikes out looking, and the side's retired. Sharp, Steven Matz. We head to the 6th inning. Still the Mets 2 and the Cubs nothing.
Hey, Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @Len Casper.
One inning of work for C.J. Riefenhauser. His day is done, with the Cubs trailing the Mets 2-0. Moving on to the 6th inning. New pitcher on the mound is the right-hander Enduri Acevedo. 26 years of age, making his 4th spring appearance for the Cubs. And he'll face the second baseman T.J. Rivera here in the 6th.
Let's lead 2-0, and the first pitch of the 6th inning is in there for a strike. Albert Elmore now in center for the Cubs. And Ryan Kalish is now the right fielder. Here comes the pitch home. And that one's rolled down the third base line, and it's just fair. Past LaStella and into the corner. Soler races after it. And that'll be an easy stand-up double for T.J. Rivera. Just snuck it inside the chalk. And the Mets have their 6th hit. They've led off with hits in the 1st, 2nd, the home run in the 3rd, and now a leadoff hit in the 6th. Here's former White Sox, Alejandro Diaza. That's with a 2-0 lead. Yaza, left-handed batter. They shift Yaza. Kawasaki, the shortstop, playing behind the runner. Pinched up the middle as Yaza takes ball one, and then LaStella nowhere near the bag at third, past the cut, and then about 5 steps deep in the dirt behind the grass. Here's the 1-0. And that ball's pulled to the right side. That'll get the runner over. Zobrist fields and throws out Yaza, but a productive out. And there's one down. And let me tell you, that is not Zobrist. That is Chris Negron at second base. So let me do it again. Ground ball to the right side. There's Negron. He's got it. He throws to first. One down. That's for advanced editing. Runner at third, infield in. Matt Reynolds up.
And these box scores look like Swiss cheese at the end with all the names.
First pitch is low and away, ball one.
Warming up is the New York Mets bullpen at number 36, Sean Gilbert. 36, Sean Gilbert warming up in the New York
Acevedo, a non-roster invitee to spring training, big league camp. Here's the pitch home, and it misses low. Fake snap throw to third. Just a pump fake by Contreras. 2 balls and no strikes. Mets ahead by 2. Not saying there's any sort of a sense of urgency for the Mets to win, but I'm sure they would like to get one after March 17th, going the rest of the month without one. 5 ties for them, the most that they've ever had in spring. That's going to get the run in. Fly ball, deep center, on the run, Almora, and he does! Oh my goodness, what a catch! Deep in the alley in right center. The run will score, but Albert Almora, like Superman, made the lunge and then caught it in midair, and then he went crashing on the ground. It's a spectacular out, but the Mets take a 3-0 lead. He's made a few amazing plays this spring, and you can put that one right up there at the top of the list.
That headlong dive almost bent his body backwards. His legs flew up in the air as his chest slammed down onto the grass.
Travis d'Arnaud bats with none on and 2 outs, and the Mets by 3, and the right-handed batting catcher takes ball one. Acevedo 0-2 with a 19.29 ERA in spring. In big league camp, gave up 2 hits and 5 earned runs. As he delivers off the plate again, 2 balls and no strikes. My goodness.
Surprised he held on to that ball with the way he landed.
There's a strike, and it's 2-1.
Ran it hard.
Had Kerry Muscat on from MLB.com. You know, the Cubs.com beat writer. Been a big part of our coverage throughout spring training. And she said that Joe Madden complimented a lot of the young players and talked specifically about Almora. His demeanor in camp, not so wide-eyed anymore, and really proving himself as that pitch is fouled back. And it's 2-2. And you never know what's going to happen injury-wise or, contract-wise and all those things. So as an organization, Cubs are in great position, not just this year, but for years to come. And it's players like him that make it a lot easier on the front office to do business as the pitch is high, ball 3. And when Tom Ricketts became the chairman of the Cubs, when his group bought the franchise, this is what he said from day one. Hey, we want to build an organization that has talent throughout the farm system, pitch in the air towards Almora, and he'll come in and wait on it. And he heard us talking about him. On cue, he makes the catch for the final out. Cubs are in the best shape they've been in, not just at the big league level, but throughout the organization, maybe in 50 years. We head to the home half of the 6th inning. Cubs coming back up. They trail the Mets 3-zip.
You're listening to Cubs Baseball with Mick Gillespie and Len Casper.
Clark's Crew is the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long.
On Wednesday, July 7th, the Cubs celebrate 100 years of Cubs baseball at Wrigley Field. The first 30,000 fans in attendance for the 120 matchup with the Reds will receive a 1916 Chicago Cubs replica throwback jersey, presented by Ideal Industries, Inc. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
On Saturday, April 30th, the Cubs battled the Atlanta Braves at 120. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Ron Santo replica statue presented by TransUnion. For more information, including ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
Well, Steven Matz's day is done here in Las Vegas as the Mets take a 3-0 lead into the bottom of the 6th inning. And the new pitcher on the mound is Sean Gilmartin, a player that pretty much told this morning he would not be going to Kansas City with the Mets. He'd be staying right here in Las Vegas. He's ticketed for AAA. So a left-hander that pitched out of the bullpen last season for the Mets is on here. He's going to be worked out as a starter in AAA with the 51s. Logan Verrett and Jim Henderson, former Cubs farm system product, got the final 2 bullpen spots on the Mets opening day roster.
Yeah, Big Jim had a lot of success when he was healthy pitching for Milwaukee. So who knows, maybe the Mets have found a real good piece. Albert Elmore made the great catch. Now he leads off with the Cubs down 3 in the 6th. And he takes a strike. Top of the lineup for the Cubs, Almora, LaStella, and then Negron. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. Matz, I'm going to go ahead and say it. He's ready for the regular season. Now the 0-2. Gilmartin's pitch is punched towards first, wide of the bag to get at Campbell, and he'll flip it back to Gilmartin. And they'll force out Elmore 1 down. So 1 up and down here in the 6th.
Now, Mats looked shaky early on in the Grapefruit League, but his last 2 starts before the regular season, I guess you could say the most 2 important starts in the spring for Steven Matz, came away clean. Looking very sharp here this afternoon. 6 strikeouts.
Tommy LaStella, he made the Cubs roster. Very good infield utility man and an awesome pinch hitter. 3-0. Mets lead. And LaStella takes ball 1. LaStella came over from the Braves as the pitch is taken for a ball. Seems like every roster now has a former Brave. They had the like Gilmartin.
Sean Gilmartin.
Yeah, they had the fire sale, and there's Braves all over the place. Here's the 2-0. Swing, fly ball, left field deep. Diaza racing back, turns around, and then he plays the carom off the wall. It's going to be a play at second. Strong throw. Here's LaStella hustling in, and he's tagged, and he's in there safely. Pops off the bag. Rivera tries to get him a second time, but LaStella falls back on the white square before the second tag, and he's got a hustling double. Nice job by Diaza. That ball was hit just under the 364 marker, which is painted in orange at the top of that 20-foot wall. Maybe hit 5 feet up, but it bounced right back to Diaza, and he got the carom on a bounce. Listella never hesitated, and he barely got in there. So this should be Chris Negron. First pitch. Outside, ball 1 to Negron. I think they snuck him in. I don't see his picture on the scoreboard.
Yeah, all you see on the scoreboard is the Las Vegas 51's logo. Doesn't help out anyone right now.
Negron showed his versatility this camp as the pitch is outside for a ball. Cubs down by 3. Negron hit .216. Had 3 home runs and 6 RBIs in camp. He'll start the year in AAA. He'll play for Iowa. Here's the 2-0 to the righty. Low ball 3.
Tell you what, it sounds like the Iowa Cubs are going to be stacked.
Yeah, I feel that way too. Now you look at Kawasaki and Negron and some of the other players, Almora, Wilson Contreras. Be a pretty good year for them. Here's the pitch to Negron, outside, ball 4. Negron was that super utility guy last year for the Reds. And he's on at first now with a 1-out walk. A couple of men on for the Cubs. And here's Mooney Kawasaki with the chance to tie this thing on 1 swing. Left-handed batting Kawasaki really won over the hearts of Cubs fans during this camp. .356 batting average with a home run and 8 RBIs. 16 hits and 45 at-bats for Kawasaki. Lefty against lefty, the pitch home. That's in there, a strike. 3 runs on 6 hits for the Mets. That double by Listella, the first hit today for the Cubs. Gil Martin leans in. Now he stands tall from the stretch. And his pitch home. Low and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kawasaki steps out of the box again. And very thin build, Kawasaki. More of a slap hitter than a power man. 1-1. Swing, slaps one in the air. Shallow center field and a base hit. Quickly to it is Lagares, and he'll lob it back in. That loads the bases with 1 out. Down the third, Listella, no chance to score, and a good job by the former Gold Glove center fielder to just come in and deke the runners, acting like he was going to catch it, and he really never had a shot at it.
You know, there's going to be some lineup shuffling when the Mets face left-handed pitchers, and early on in camp, Terry Collins alluded to bringing Juan Lagares off the bench, putting him in the lineup in place of Michael Conforto, but placing him in left field and keeping Yoenis Cespedes in center field. Now, Cespedes won a Gold Glove last year and left.
Jorge Soler tries to check his swing and does not do it. Strike 1. Pitch in the dirt, grabbed by Darno. Bases loaded, 1 out, 3-0.
Lagares was a Gold Glove winner in center field 2 years ago. You're trying to say, hey, where's the logic in that? And finally, within the last week or so, against left-handers, he started playing Lagares in center, put Cespedes in left, and that seems like that's how it will go when the Mets face left-handed pitching this year.
Here's the pitch, and that one's off the plate. Joe Maddon's talked about Soler at the plate. Mentioned you saw what he did in the playoffs. He was very motivated. We need to get that playoff performance out of him on a more consistent basis. Basically, we're just scratching the surface of the potential of Soler, but this time he swings and hits a mile-high pop-up. Foul ground, Campbell battling the sun, and when it finally comes out of the clouds, he makes the catch for the second out. Soler could have tied it with 1 swing and got a pitch he can handle just underneath of it. And now with 2 outs, John Andreoli, one of the real stars of this spring training camp for the Cubs, with the bases loaded and 2 outs.
Chicago, number 72.
John Andrioli.
John Andrioli.
Another one of those players who was mentioned by the skipper, talking about some of the young players in the system. 4 home runs, 9 RBIs, and he hit 286. I'm not saying Andrioli, though, is a big power hitter through the course of the regular season, but he certainly has the ability to drive in runs as the pitch is outside. Last year, he had 5 home runs and 32 RBIs in 106 Pacific Coast League games for Iowa. More of a leadoff type hitter. Gets on base. He's driven in runs so far this spring. Here's the 1-0. Gil Martin misses the outside corner, ball 2. Cubs down by 3, but they have the sacks jammed and 2 outs. Kawasaki at first base is the perfect runner to tie this game on a gapper. Andrioli rocks the bat across the plate. Gil Martin again leans in, arm dangling by his side. Looks in. Darno flashes him what he wants. And here comes the 2-0. Outside corner and missed again, ball 3. Andrioli in the catbird seat. 3 balls and no strikes. Here it comes. Low, ball 4, and the Cubs are on the board. Bases loaded, walk. And that one was down and in, and Andrioli never thought about swinging at it. You get to that point, and you say, well, you know what? Got to make a perfect pitch. So if it's not exactly what you're looking for, and some hitters get a red light anyway, but a walk, and it's 3-1. I don't know in a Cactus League game if you're sending someone a red light on that, or in an exhibition game like this one here in Vegas even. Yasiel Balagert homered yesterday, pitched to the big fella, in there a strike. Lined out to shortstop in the 5th. Righty at the plate, lefty on the mound. Negron at third, Kawasaki at second, Andrioli at first. So a lot of speed on the bases for the Cubs. A 3-1 game. And here it is. Swing, fouled it back. And Balagert now down 0-2. A couple of scattered palm trees extended over that 20-foot wall. Kind of dot the skyline around this park.
They're kind of out of place.
Just to let you know that it is a tropical climate. The 0-2 swing, cued foul. He fights it off and stays alive at 0-2. Bright sunny day here in Vegas. Michael Jensen, Cubs minor leaguer, throwing in the bullpen. But the Cubs with business to do. Bases loaded, down to their last strike in the 6th. Balagert waits, and the pitch from the lefty. Swing, hit in the air, shallow right. Coming in is the right fielder, but it's the second baseman Rivera that backs out and makes the catch. And the Cubs leave them loaded. They do get on the board, though, and they get their first couple of hits today. We head to the 7th inning. It's now the Mets 3 and the Cubs 1.
Hey Cubs fans, let's go! Tickets are on sale now at Cubs.com. Following the postseason run and an impressive offseason, there is tremendous excitement leading up to the Wrigley Field opener this year. Plan now to catch all your favorite division rivals as well as interleague matchups that include the Angels, Mariners, and Rangers. The 2016 promotional giveaways include unique bobbleheads, replica throwback jerseys, Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, and much more. With demand so high this season, plan to get your tickets now at Cubs.com.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, and an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
On Sunday, September 17th, the Cubs take on the Brewers at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Cubs stainless steel drink bottle presented by Ideal Industries, Inc. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
John Andreoli pinch hit and walked to drive in a run. Cubs now down by 2. It's 3-1 going into the 7th inning. He stays in the game, takes over for Jorge Soler and left. So John Andreoli in there now. Andreoli, Albert Almora, and Ryan Kalish, the outfield left to right. Tommy LaStella, Rooney Kawasaki, Chris Negron, Yasiel Balaguer, the infield third to first. Wilson Contreras catching. Michael Jensen, the new right-hander, is pitching. Mark Krause at the plate, and Justin Shackle on the microphone.
All right, thank you, Mick. As we move on here to the 7th inning, first pitch from Jensen to Krause, lefty bat. Misses outside, it's 1-0. So an inning for Acevedo, followed an inning from Riefenhauser. Here's Jensen. 1-0 pitch to Krause, line to the air, left center field, ranging over toward the gap, diving, unable to make the catch. Is Almora. It rolls to the warning track. Chugging around second, a wide turn from Krause, but it'll hold up there as a throw comes back into the infield. And Mark Krause able to get 2 on the unsuccessful dive from Albert Almora in center field.
That former Arizona Diamondback farmhand.
He spent time with a couple of teams last year, the Astros, the Angels, and signed a minor league deal with the Mets, and he's going to be another one of these players that will be staying put after today. I'll open up the season here with Las Vegas. So Krause over at second base, and Michael Jensen will face Travis Tigeron, another player who really was productive here at Cashman Field in 2015. Hit over 20 homers in the Pacific Coast League. Mets on top, 3-1 here at the top of the 7th. Jensen checks Krause over at second. Next pitch to the right-hander. Swung on. Hard roller over toward third base. Stopped by LaStella at third. He gets up but will not have a play. He knocked the ball down on the dive. It did not go into his glove. Stood up, picked it up, but did not have a play as Tigeron raced up first base. So the first 2 batters here in the 7th reached base. And here comes Wilmer Flores.
Acevedo's line, an inning, a hit, a run, earned. 1 inning of relief for the Cubs before Jensen here in the 7th.
Mets trying to tack on some more runs now. Here's Flores. First pitch to him. Misses. I beg your pardon, it's in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Flores grounded to shortstop his last time up back in the 5th. Mets picked up a run in the 2nd, a run in the 3rd. Yoenis Cespedes went yard for the first time this spring. And another run in the 6th. 0-1 pitch from Jensen. Whacked foul. Third base side. Way out of play. And it's quickly 0-2 to Wilmer Flores. For Jensen, this is his 5th spring appearance with the Cubs. He's given up 4 runs in 5 innings of work. Krause over at second. Tigeron at first. Infield playing for two. The 0-2 pitch, curveball past the diving shortstop Kawasaki into left field. Krause racing for third. The throw home. It's going to be met at the plate by Krause. Contreras tags him, no problem. And Krause was out by 2 steps. Great throw from left field by Jorge Soler. Prevents another run to score. Over at second base goes Tigeron. Out at first is Flores. And there's the first out on the throw home. Scored 7-2.
Yeah, John Andreoli in this inning in left. But yeah, a great throw.
Great throw from the former UConn Husky. So Krause, the lead runner, thrown out at home. Still a 3-1 game here in the 7th. Good assist there from Andreoli. Here's Juan Lagares. First pitch to him. In there for a strike.
I was surprised Tim Tuffle sent him. I mean, Andreoli got that ball before Krause really had even hit the third base bag. And it was hit right to Andreoli.
Jensen with the pitch. Fastball upstairs, and it's 1-1.
Nice job done by Contreras to field the throw and then apply the tag. I was so confused last year. They changed the rule on plays at the plate. You know, is he blocking the plate? Is he not blocking the plate?
Jensen ready, kicks and delivers the 1-1. Swing and a miss on a fastball. Yeah, Contreras was waiting for Krause. Looked like he had the line straddled as he waited for him. There really was no play at the plate. The throw was accurate. Krause was beaten by the throw by a couple of strides. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and hit foul to the net behind home plate.
Say this, though. I do love an aggressive third base coach. Nothing worse than missing opportunities to at least try to score it. You throw someone out at the plate, it's got to go extremely well for the fielders. It's a lot easier to run around third and score than it is to catch the ball, throw it, and then catch it again and tag.
Mets trying to bring a run home here with 2 outs now, up 3-1. Jensen's kick to the plate. Swung on, reached for, and it's lined right into left field. Andreoli makes the catch. There's the second out. Runners retreat back to their bags. And here comes Eric Campbell. Well, Lagares reached out over the plate for that pitch, pulled it over toward left. Andreoli had to move in a couple of steps to make the grab. And Campbell will be the batter. He lined out to third base. Great play. Back in inning number 5 by Wilmer Flores. First pitch Campbell sees is outside. It's 1-0.
Yeah, Jensen an opportunity now after that throw and tag to get out of this inning unscathed. It could have been bases loaded, no outs. That gives you the first out, and you get a line ball to the left fielder. Now you just need one more.
1-0. Slow roller towards shortstop. Going to be a tough play, though, for Kawasaki. In the hole, throws across his body to second, gets the lead runner, and that'll do it. First 2 men reach base for the Mets here in the 7th against Michael Jensen, but no runs come across to score. Cubs hold them. Get up and stretch. End of 6.5 here in Vegas. It's the Mets 3 and the Cubs 1.
Clark, the official mascot of the Chicago Cubs, can be a part of your next event. From community outings to wedding receptions and birthday parties, Clark wants to be invited. Visit Cubs.com/kids for more information on bringing Clark to your next party.
Experience the Budweiser bleachers in style with coworkers, friends, and family in one of the newest amenities, the left field porch. Enjoy the bleacher atmosphere in this private porch setting that offers tremendous views of the game and a unique look at the famous Chicago skyline. Available in blocks of 50 or 100, you'll enjoy lounge-style seating, unlimited beverages, and access 2 hours prior to first pitch. For more information, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @Len Casper.
Opening day is a force. Opening day is what we do. It's a return of what's right in the world. So let's start strong. Get out to a game and take in the day. The smell of peanuts, sizzling sausage in hand, freshly chalked lines, an old-fashioned flyover. Your favorite New Era ball cap displayed proudly on that crown. Because opening day is almost here. Show your team pride. Get your caps on for Major League Baseball's opening day on April 4th.
Mets with a new pitcher. Leading the Cubs 3-1 in the 7th inning. Logan Barrett in for Sean Gilmartin, who in an inning gave up 2 hits and a run with 2 walks and no strikeouts. 3 runs, 9 hits, 1 unearned run for the Mets and 1 error for them. No, 2 runs, 2 hits and an error for the Cubs. Yoenis Cespedes homered in his final spring at bat, and the Cubs will try to crack into the lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning of the Mets.
Logan Verrett making the opening day roster, it was announced this morning from Mets manager Terry Collins. And he'll pitch here to Ryan Kalish, lefty hitter. Swing and a miss on a first pitch fastball at 91 miles an hour. We mentioned Verrett and Jim Henderson nailing down those final 2 bullpen spots for the Mets on opening day. 0-1 to Kalish, another swing and a miss on a fastball, quickly 0-2. Kalish this spring, appearing in 8 games thus far. 2 for 8 at the plate. 0-2, hit foul, third base side, goes out of play. Kalish, former Red Sox prospect. Reached the majors with the Red Sox in 2010 and 2012. Injuries derailing his progress. Returned to the majors back in 2014 with the Cubs. 0-2. In there, called strike 3. Got him looking on a changeup on the inside corner. And Kalish goes down looking. Mets ahead by 2 here in the bottom of the 7th. Here's Wilson Contreras. Struck out his first time at the plate. Infield at normal depth. The first pitch is ripped foul, third base side. And it's 0-1. Dexter Fowler got an update on him today. Cubs outfielder with that left side injury. Taking one more day off today. You didn't see him at all in these 2 days in Las Vegas. Plus the natural off day tomorrow. Next pitch, hit high in the air, right center field. Angling back, Lagares in the gap. Shades his face with his free hand in the sun. And he'll make the catch near the warning track in the gap. A long fly out by Wilson Contreras into right center field, and there's 2 away. Cubs with tomorrow off in Anaheim, then they will play Sunday in Anaheim, the exhibition game. Of course, the season opener on Monday. Fowler is scheduled to play on Sunday. Take 3 to 4 at bats, and then be ready for opening day. Albert Almora's first pitch, popped foul, first base side, going out of play. Mets 3, Cubs 1, last of the 7th. 2 outs and nobody on. Hard to believe, only 3 days away from Jake Arrieta and Garrett Richards at the Big A. 0-1. Swung on a hard ground ball over towards second base, couple steps toward his right. TJ Rivera makes the accurate throw to first base. And the side is retired in order by Mets reliever Logan Verrett. Showing why he made the opening day roster right there. 1, 2, 3 go the Cubs in the 7th. We go to the 8th here in Vegas. It's the Mets 3 and the Cubs 1.
You know, a lot of people think I have the best seat in the house. No way. The best seat in the house is right here. Cheering on the Cubs with the greatest fans in the world and the greatest beer in the world, Budweiser. Yeah, nothing quenches a Cub fan's thirst for victory quite like the king of beer. Oh, now here comes another one. Cub fans, this Bud's for you.
The Chicago Cubs will host the 11th annual Race to Wrigley charity run presented by ATI Physical Therapy on Saturday, April 23rd at Wrigley Field. The 5K course runs through the streets of the Lakeview neighborhood and concludes at Wrigley Field. Cubs Charities will donate proceeds to support critical care needs for pediatric patients in Chicago through Advocate Children's Hospital. Sign up at CubsCharities.com.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
Back in Vegas, new pitcher on the mound for the Cubs. They trail the Mets 3-1. Moving on to the 8th inning. Michael Wagner, 6'3" right-hander. Right here out of Las Vegas, went to Centennial High School. On the mound here for the Cubs to face the Mets. This is only his second spring appearance. Here he is in the 8th inning of a 3-1 game. So another Vegas native getting into one of these games. Saw a whole bunch yesterday in yesterday's game. Of course, Chris Bryant, Mets starter Paul Sewald in that game. Michael Wagner now on. Both of those two players, Sewald and Bryant, former Toreros out of the University of San Diego. Same story for Michael Wagner. And he will face T.J. Rivera to start things off here in the 8th inning. 3-1 Mets. Cubs trying to get a couple more runs before this one's out, and they're off to Disneyland. Wagner back on the mound here. Start the 8th inning. Final time here this spring. Here's Mick with play-by-play.
All right, business end of this game. And Cubs will try to keep it right where it is with Michael Wagner. And the first pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. I think Joe Madden does a great job of keeping in mind when young players are from a spot, got an opportunity to perform like Wagner in front of his friends and family as the pitch is fouled away, of getting them in. 3 runs, 9 hits, and an error for the Mets. They've never trailed. They got their first run, an unearned run, in the 2nd inning. An error charged to Ben Zobrist after making a nice diving play in shallow right field on a shift. As the pitch is hit in the air, Rivera flies it to Kalish. 1 out.
Now, Wagner played his high school ball about 18 miles from Cashman Field at Centennial High. Bryant went to Bonanza High, which is a lot closer, about 8 miles away from where we're at right now.
Yeah, last year was the big one for Chris Bryant. First time he really came back and set the table for a great season. Alejandro Diaza swings at the first pitch. Mets outfielder 0 for 1 today. Mets lead 3-1. Yoenis Cespedes in the 3rd inning with a solo home run made it 2-0. Reynolds with a sac fly in the 6th inning made it 3-0 as the pitch is off the plate. And then John Andrioli with a bases loaded walk in the bottom of the 6th got the Cubs on the board. Here comes the 1-1 pitch on the way. Ground it, base hit, right field. In between Ballagert and Negron, neither had a shot at it. So a 1-out base hit, and Diaz is on base. He's a fast runner. Reynolds coming up. Right-handed batter Matt Reynolds in the sunshine. Wind is again blowing straight in at us. Cubs infield double play depth, down 2 in the 8th. Yesterday the Cubs were the visitor and the Mets were the home team. Cubs won 5-1 as the pitch is cut on and missed, strike 1. And then today the Cubs are the home team and the Mets are the visitor. And the Mets are the team ahead. Cubs open up the regular season April 4th. That's against the Angels, 9:05 Central Time. Monday, an entire afternoon and evening, really even morning, depending on where you're watching from, of baseball, of games that count. It'd be great to see the Cy Young Award winner from the NL, Jake Arrieta, get his first start. So Jake's second career opening day start as the pitch is on the outside corner, called strike 2. Just below the knees. The last time Arrieta was an opening day starter was when he was with Baltimore in 2012. It was against the Twins, and he became the first Orioles pitcher to throw at least 7 shutout innings with allowing fewer than 2 hits, as the pitch is just off the plate, almost the same spot, 1 and 2. So he'll try to duplicate that same magic. Rotation lines up, as most of you know. Arrieta, and then Lester, then Lackey, then Hamill, who pitched today, and then Kyle Hendricks. 1-2, outside a ball.
Pretty good rotation that can rival any in the National League.
Yeah, and then you got Trevor Cahill if you needed a 6th guy. And then you look through the Cubs roster, and Travis Wood gives you a left-hander that could start and has started. Was an all-star as a starting pitcher. Clayton Richard, another lefty who can start. 2-2, swing, fouled away.
You'd remiss did not mention Adam Warren. I saw a lot of him in New York with the Yankees, and he's just a guy that has come through in any role that you ask him to pitch, and he wore a lot of hats in New York with the Yankees. Starter, a reliever, a long man, situational guy.
I've read a lot about the Yankees roster and how they've tried to replace him, that he was an integral part of their pitching staff. And he's now with the Cubs. Here's the 2-2. Swing, fouled off of the catcher and back.
He was the glue guy for that pitching staff in terms of bridging the gap, because a lot of those starters didn't go too long for the Yankees, and Warren, through either the regular starters not giving length or them getting hurt, he was able to come in and pitch in a pinch and perform well.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and here it comes. Low in the dirt, a breaking ball. Reynolds lays off, and the count now full at 3-2. Top of the 8th inning. Mets already ahead 3-1, and they've got a runner at first with 1 out. Could be running here to stay out of the double play with Speed Diaz. Comes infield set up for a twin killing. Wagner shakes off the sign from Contreras, and now the right-hander ready. And there goes the run. Here's the pitch. Swing, fly ball, deep left field. Andrioli with a beat on it. Backpedals, sunglasses on, makes the catch as he crosses off the grass and onto the warning track. Back to first goes Diaz. And now there are 2 outs. A runner at first. And Travis d'Arnaud, the Mets starting catcher, played the entire game. And we walked out of here last night and we said, all right, well, the Mets probably tomorrow will do a lot more subbing than they did the game last night. And then you said, yeah, but I bet you that d'Arnaud plays pretty much the whole game, and you were right. Here's the pitch from Wagner, outside corner, called strike 1.
d'Arnaud's a guy that the Mets are hoping can just stay on the field, because they feel like his bat has progressed. It's developed well, and he could be a dangerous part of the lineup. The only problem is he's had a tough time in recent seasons staying healthy.
Wagner home, pitch is high. Wagner last year pitched at 3 different levels with South Bend and low A baseball, 2-2 there. 5 starts and 10 relief appearances, had a 3.22 ERA. Then in Double-A Tennessee, pitched 6 games, all as a reliever, with a 4.22 ERA and an 0-1 record. Then went to Iowa and made a start 7 total appearances as he delivers high again. And it's 2-1 to Darno, and had a 5.65 ERA. 24 years old, 15th round pick by the Cubs in 2013. Stands in. Shadow standing right on top of it is Wagner, and he delivers a pitch that just misses the outside corner. That was a beauty. Maybe a touch outside, and a count now 3-1. Mets in front of the sellout crowd, 10,995 with a 3-1 lead. And Wagner to the plate. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. A lot of movement from Wagner on those pitches. They just dart out of his hand. It was clocked at 90. But with the movement, looked a little bit more ferocious than just 9-0. Runner will be moving on the pitch with 2 outs from first base. There he goes. Pitch on the way. Inside, ball 4, and a walk. And you look at the box score, and that is the first free pass issued by the Cubs today. So it comes with 2 outs in the 8th, and Ty Kelly will bat.
Kelly, a minor league free agent signing by the Mets, 27 years of age. Originally drafted by the Baltimore Orioles. Spent time in the Mariners system.
3-1 game. Pitch inside a ball. Mets are out hitting the Cubs right now 10-2. They lead by a 3-1 score. Wagner trying to keep it at just 2-run deficit. Here's the 1-0 to the lefty. Swing, fly ball, deep to left. Andrioli back. So is Almora. They both turn around, look up, and it's gone. An opposite field home run for Kelly over the 20-foot wall, just to the right of the 364 marker, and it's 6-1 New York. Lofted it the other way, and the ball really carries. And for the first time today, really no wind at all. It's been pushing in and across the entire day. Pitch is swung on and fouled off. TJ Tigeron after the 3-run jack. That certainly changes this game a lot in the 8th inning. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Did a nice job of throwing strikes, 1 walk, and then follow it up with a home run, the second of the day for the Mets. Here's the 0-1. Excuse me, the 0-2, and it's down and in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Really got to thank a lot of people that have contributed to our spring training broadcast with their time and talents as the pitch is fouled off. All those voices that you hear during our breaks. We use a lot of the buddies from minor league baseball. Here comes the 1-2. Swing, lifted in the air to center. Almora back, fighting the sun. He's under it, and he makes the catch. And the side's retired. 3 runs in on the home run by Kelly. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's now the Mets 6, the Cubs 1.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one. chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
On Monday, May 30th, the Cubs battled the LA Dodgers at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans to enter the ballpark receive a Ryne Sandberg retired number flag presented by Pepsi. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
On Sunday, July 31st at 1:20, the Cubs will conclude their Interleague Series matchup with the Mariners. The first 5,000 kids 13 and younger receive a Cubs youth batting practice pullover. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Clark's Crew is the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long.
Back here in Vegas, it's a 6-1 Mets lead, and New York bringing out a new pitcher here in Vegas as we move on to the last of the 8th inning, and the Mets entering today with a 14-game winless streak here in spring training. Getting some runs, getting a 3-run homer last half inning by Ty Kelly. And here's another piece to their Major League bullpen out on the mound, Antonio Bastardo, 30-year-old left-hander. He's going to be counted on to play an important role in Terry Collins' bullpen. He comes on here to make his 13th appearance in the spring, a 6.10 ERA for Bastardo.
Cubs down by 5. This is the most that they've trailed today. And a left-handed batter up for the Cubs. It says on the roster here it's Felix Pena, but I don't think so.
It'll be Logan Watkins?
Yeah, that is Logan Watkins. Yep. Left-handed batter Logan Watkins. Good call. Takes a strike. Or excuse me, a ball. That was just off the plate. And that one's high. So it's 2 balls and no strikes to Watkins. You know, spring training baseball.
Where the numbers sometimes lie.
Yep. You get there and it doesn't have your name on it. And maybe Felix needed one that was a little baggier and you wanted one a little tighter. Swing and a miss. So you switch. Mets, you mentioned, haven't won in a long time. Get a win here today and they'll have some more confidence going into opening day. Pitch is high. And it's 3-1.
You know, Terry Collins.
I say that sarcastically.
Yeah, he actually attributed the team's struggles here down the stretch in spring training to a World Series hangover.
Here's the 3-1 and a strike called. I talked to Wayne Randazzo, my buddy and one of the Mets broadcasters, about Mets camp, and there really hasn't been a lot of roster battles. It's almost mirrored what the Cubs have gone through, where there's not much on the line. I mean, there's a check swing. He went strike 3. It was up and in. He tried to hold up. And Watkins is the first out in the 8th inning. And now Chris Negron coming up. Cubs down by 5 at 6-1 Mets. And Wayne said, you have pretty much your roster set. Few odds and ends here and there, just like the Cubs. And the roster broke pretty much like we expected it to for the Cubs. For the Mets, probably about the same. And so spring training's really long as the pitch is down and in. Ball 1. Right-handed batter against the lefty. When you're not playing for a whole lot. I think that in the minor leagues, that can become an issue for players. There's a swing and a miss. And it's a strike, 1-1. The minor league games, they really don't count for a whole lot. I mean, honestly, they're glorified spring training games. Here comes the 1-1. And and it's fouled back. And it's strike two. And when you have players who perform better when there's a lot more on the line, take Albert Elmora. Played for Team USA last year. Left the Cubs AA club in Tennessee for the Pan Am games. And then came back and played his best baseball at the end of the season. It was like he just got that ramp of intensity that comes with playing games that count. You know, in the minor leagues, it's a little bit more about the numbers sometimes than it is the game as the pitch is down and in. And it's 2-2. And though it shouldn't be, it is. I mean, look, you're looking at someone's batting average and on base percentage. And if you're a good team player, a lot of times you're in spots where you can help yourself or you can help the team. In the minor leagues, you want to help yourself. And in the big leagues, you want to help the team. Or at least you're supposed to, right? Here comes the 2-2. Swing, hit in the air, deep center. Lagares battling the sun. The center fielder waiting. Glove out in front of his face, and the ball lands into the glove. He got it up there as a visor, like a sun visor.
You've seen that plenty today.
And then made the catch. So 2 outs. 6-1 Mets in the 8th. So when I look at the Mets not winning, I look at it as, hey, there's not a whole lot going on here. We're just getting ready for the regular season. And then I think they're going to flip the switch and start playing the kind of baseball that they played last year. They have the same roster. They have the same pitching. And the Cubs have kind of been in that same spot. I mean, look, the Cubs are 11-17-2, but they've won 3 straight to get to that point. Still one of the worst records in the Cactus League. Mooney Kawasaki up. Bottom of the 8th inning, and here comes the pitch to him, and it's chopped over the mound, back through the middle, and he's got another base hit over the second base bag. Scooped up by Lagares and Kawasaki. 2 for 2. So now Taylor Davis off the bench, a chance to hit. Cubs minor league catcher. He'll be most likely a AA. It's a double AAA guy. But you put him behind the plate and just make him your everyday catcher and see what this guy can do. He can really swing the bat. We've seen him at first base this spring. Maybe play some first. Pitch is up and in. Ball 1, 6-1 Mets in the 8th.
Talk about a high leg kick.
Oh, yeah.
At the plate.
You go around the batting cage during the season in the minor leagues, and Taylor, one of the players who's liked by every guy on the team. They give him a hard time about what they call his softball swing. But he has a knack for barreling the ball. Here's the 1-0. And that one is inside. And it's 2-0. He's a very good hitter. He's proven it over and over again. Unconventional body, unconventional style. He's a baseball player. A 6-1 game in the 8th. Mets ahead. And the lefty home. And that's a strike. Don't forget, Cubs and Angels. You can listen to every Cubs game on Cubs.com. That'll be brought to you by the new flagship station for Cubs baseball, The Score in Chicago. Ron Coomer and the great voice of the Cubs, Pat Hughes, be on the call as the pitch is fouled back. Ron, one of the real good guys. Love to see him when he stops by the booth. He's joined us here on the webcast quite a few times this spring. Brings a lot of positive energy, some great stories, fun to listen to. And then Pat Hughes, one of the all-time great voices in the history of the Cubs, and I put him up there with anyone that's ever been behind the mic in Major League Baseball. Davis swings and gets a little piece of it to stay alive. It's 2-2. So they'll have the call on Sunday for the exhibition game. That's a 3:05 or 2:05 Central Time first pitch. So that's the next broadcast. Pitch outside, ball 3. So now the count full, and Kawasaki will be moving from first base on the pitch. Kyle Hendricks against Matt Shoemaker in that one. Then the regular season on Monday. Next time the Cubs and Mets face off, those games will count. They have 7 regular season games again this year. The 3-2, runner goes, swing, line drive, right field, and the catch made. Bergeron to his right, reached over his head and flags it down. Davis barreled it up, but nothing to show for it. And the Cubs strand a man over at third. They've left 6 on in the game. We head to the 9th inning. Mets one more shot to add to their 6-1 lead as you listen on Cubs.com.
Take home a game used or autographed item and help benefit Cubs charities. Cubs Authentics is a premier outlet for all MLB authenticated Cubs memorabilia. Visit Cubs.com/authentics to bid on weekly auction items and to pre-order game used bases and baseballs. The Cubs will donate net proceeds from the sale of Cubs Authentics items to Cubs charities.
On Wednesday, July 20th, the Cubs play the New York Mets at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans in attendance receive a Jake Arrieta Cy Young Award bobblehead presented by Pepsi. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
Join in on the conversation by tweeting your Cubs questions to @BroadcasterMick and @LenCasper.
Start of inning number 9 here in Vegas. It's the Mets 6, the Cubs 1. A new pitcher on the mound and a couple of new position changes as well. Tim Fedorovich is now behind the plate doing the catching for the new pitcher, Felix Pena. He comes on here to start the 9th inning. Signed with the Cubs as a non-drafted free agent in 2009, non-roster invite. So he is on the mound here to start the night. He will face Wilmer Flores for the Mets, with the Cubs trailing by 5.
Here's the first pitch of the 9th inning from Felix Pena, and he misses high, ball 1. 6 runs, 11 hits, and an error for the New Yorkers. A run on 3 hits and an error for the Cubs. Mets got a great start in this game from Steven Matz as Flores bounces one foul. He went 5 innings and no-hit the Cubs with 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. And really kind of just the way that you want to go into the regular season for the Mets. Looked really sharp. Here's the 1-1, and that's on the outside corner strike. Jason Hamill pitched well for the Cubs. 4 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 2 total with a walk and 6 strikeouts. And he's ready for the regular season. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball, fouled back. Right over top of the booth. I was ready.
Now, the Mets have a weird schedule coming up, and they have 3 off days next week alone. So they're trying to manage the way that their starting pitchers are going to be used. And Matz,
another foul ball,
is going to, presumably in that second game in Kansas City, possibly come out of the bullpen and piggyback the starter, just for him to stay on his normal day in the rotation. Defensive switches that we didn't get to. Mooney Kawasaki now over at third base. Negrona's over at short. Logan Watkins at second.
There's a fly ball, right field, long run Kalish. Sunglasses glaring towards the line. Foul ground now, and he runs it down. Out number one. Nice catch. So Flores skies out. One down in the Mets 9. Cubs unloading the bench. Got double-barreled action out in the bullpen. Juan Lagares coming up. 6'1" Mets. Felix Pena is 6'2", 186, a right-hander. Last year was a starter in Double-A Tennessee as the pitch is in there for a strike. He went 7-8 and had a 3.75 ERA. This is the first time he's been invited to big league spring training as the pitch is high for a ball, non-roster invitee. Mid-season All-Star in the Southern League. First full year of Double-A baseball as the pitch is swung on and missed. Did the same thing in the Florida State League as the pitch is fouled back, and in the Midwest League before that. So 2015, 14, and 13, he was an All-Star. All three levels he pitched at. So he'll get that opportunity this year in the Pacific Coast League and with the Iowa Cubs. Here's the 1-2 to Lagares. Low in the dirt. I mentioned that we had a lot of friends to thank for helping us put this broadcast on. Dave Jude, longtime Chicago radio voice with the imaging as Lagares swings and misses strike 3. 2 outs. Lives in Arizona now. He did a fantastic job. Justin, your voice is on there. Darren Hedrick from the Yankees AAA club and Scranton Wilkes-Barre. Justin Baker. Joey Liberatore, our engineer in Phoenix. Hear him. Alex Cohen. Swing, fly ball, deep left field. Andrioli back at the wall. That's going to go over the wall. Home run. Eric Campbell. Hit it over the wall just under the scoreboard in left field, and it's 7-1 Mets.
Third homer of the day that the Mets have hit off Cubs pitching. Yoenis Cespedes hit his first homer back in the third against Jason Hamill. Then last inning, Ty Kelly with a big 3-run bomb. That kind of put the game out of reach right now. And Eric Campbell adding another.
Here's T.J. Rivera. 7-1 now in the 9th inning. Justin Rock, my partner in Tennessee. If you want to listen to the Cubs Double-A games, they're all available free. Tune in radio and SmokiesBaseball.com. John Laser, the voice of the Virginia Tech Hokies, longtime San Francisco Giants broadcaster in the minor leagues as the pitch misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Now the 2-0. Swing, deep drive, right field, and that's gone. Rivera hits it over the right field wall. Back-to-back home runs off of Pena. And that's adding to their lead in the 9th inning. It's 8-1.
Tell you what, don't have to worry about the wind either. Those flags are standing still. These home runs getting them out all by themselves.
Yeah, the wind is the neutralizer here. Without the wind, you can see why so many runs are scored in the desert. Here's Alejandro Diazo, and he takes a strike. Larry Ward, voice of the Lookouts. Almost 30 years he's been broadcasting Chattanooga Lookouts. They finally got a championship with him behind the mic last year. Pitches rolled foul. And it's been great working with you, Justin, and your help. And then can't thank Len Casper enough, broadcast partner for most of these spring training games. We have a great time on and off the air as Diaza swings and misses strike 3, and then Joe Rios. Also, Randy Wayhofer, who came in and joined us for a couple of broadcasts as well. So the bottom of the 9th, here we come. After the strikeout and the throw to first to polish off Diaza, ends the frame. The Mets tack on 2 more. Through 8 1/2 innings, Mets 8, Cubs 1.
It's not just a team, it's the Chicago Cubs. And it's not just baseball, it's city pride. And it's not just any season, it's this season, 2016, when all the rebuilding and drafting and trading and new additions come together as one, chasing postseason glory. This season, when the fans and the city and the team are on the edge of their seats because every moment at Wrigley Field matters. Don't miss a single one. Get tickets at Cubs.com. Your 2016 Chicago Cubs. Let's go.
On Monday, May 30th, the Cubs battled the LA Dodgers at 1:20. The first 10,000 fans to enter the ballpark receive a Ryne Sandberg retired number flag presented by Pepsi. For more information and ticket availability, visit Cubs.com.
On Sunday, July 31st at 1:20, the Cubs will conclude their Interleague Series matchup with the Mariners. The first 5,000 kids 13 and younger receive a Cubs youth batting practice pullover. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Clark's Crew is the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Team up with Clark as a member of Clark's Crew and receive kid-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise. Visit Cubs.com/Clark to sign up today and be a part of the fun all season long.
Back in Vegas, 8-1. Mets on top of the Cubs. As we get ready to go, Cubs off to Anaheim after this game. But down by 7 here in the last of the 9, and they will be facing New York's all-star closer, Jeurys Familia, coming on. La Familia. The comedian Jim Brewer would call Jeurys during that playoff run. 26 years of age. Familia last season saved 43 games for New York. Saved a couple in the NLCS against the Cubs. Here he's making his 11th and final spring tune-up.
Familia facing Andrioli, 8-1. 9th inning. Last chance for the Cubs today. Here's the pitch, and Andrioli fouls it back. Mets trying to win for the first time since March 17th. They had some ties in there. It wasn't a 14-game losing streak. They had 3 ties and 11 losses and 0 wins. And they're ahead here in April 1st, 8-1. Here's the righty home. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Figure that game on Sunday will be pretty much a futures game for the Cubs. Maybe another cameo by some of the Cubs regulars. Here's the 0-2. Swing, fouled back. Andrioli stays alive. Walked with the bases loaded in the 6th inning, and that forced home the only run the Cubs have scored on this gorgeous Vegas afternoon. What's cool is you look at the view from this very old stadium, and that's one thing that they did get right. I mean, you can look out and see over the north part of the city all the way to the mountains. Those low white thick clouds overhead, the shadows being projected on the ground below as the pitch is off the plate, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And so you got sun, and then you can see off at the distance where the cloud cover is over the ground, and then the sun again on those barren mountain peaks. Slight breeze blowing. Here's the 1-2 to Andrioli. Checks his swing, laid off a breaking pitch. Cubs and Mets will face off 7 times, starting with 4 games at Citi Field. June 30th to July 3rd, then at Wrigley Field for a 3-game set in July 18th through the 20th. Think those will be intense games?
It'll be fun to see where these two teams are at come July.
Washington Nationals really taken by surprise last year. The Mets out of nowhere. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's one out. And to the point where the Nationals went out and changed their managers. They got former Cubs skipper Dusty Baker. Baker also managed the Reds. And he's got a track record of success, just not in the postseason yet. But he's going to have quite a squad to work with this year. Yasiel Ballagert up. 0 for 2 in the game, lined out and popped out. Cubs down 8-1. First pitch, a strike.
Something I want to keep an eye on with Dusty Baker. You know, he's not one of those guys that was really into the new age. And over the last 2 years or so, when Dusty's not been managing, we've seen an extreme shift in the shift, in the incorporation of the shift.
Yep, swing and a miss, strike 2.
I mean, every team does it now. And I'm going to be intrigued to see how the Nationals play defensively under Dusty Baker.
Well, it works. There's no doubt about it. It works for now anyway. Mm-hmm. Here comes the 0-2, and that's low. Players are going to start developing the skills to beat the shift, and then they'll change and do something else. But until you beat it, they'll keep incorporating it. But yeah, the Nationals expecting to compete with the Mets for that NL East. Of course, the Cubs are going to try to beat the Cardinals in the regular season this year, as 1-2 is low in the dirt. Did he go after it? Nope, safe sign given. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And I mean, win the division. The Cubs won 97 games last year, but the Cardinals led all of baseball with the best record. And the Pirates were ahead of the Cubs. How about that? The 3 best records in the National League in the same division. Pirates are going to be good again. Cardinals are going to be good again. Cubs are going to be good again. It's going to be a heck of a race. 2-2, low and away, and it's ball 3. I think it's easy to say that the Cubs are in the best division in baseball, even with the Reds and the Brewers in rebuilding stages. Is there any other team, though, in the East that could compete with the Mets and Nats? 3-2. Swing, and it's dropped by the catcher. Did he get a piece of it? Nope. Strike 3. So 2 outs. Ballagert out on strikes, and the Cubs ride Kalish as their last hope. Down 8-1 in the 9th inning.
I don't think there's a team that can match the Nationals or the Mets pound for pound with their talent, at least on paper, but I'm interested to see what the Miami Marlins can do, because there's a lot of untapped promise with some of those young players, and now under the tutelage of Don Mattingly and Barry Bonds, most notably on that coaching staff.
First pitch, Kalish swings and misses.
It's going to be fun to see how they perform.
Strike 1, yeah. Braves rebuilding. They're going to have some young players eventually.
Remains to be seen if the Marlins can contend, but I think they're going to give teams like the Mets and the Nationals some headaches throughout the season.
0-1 skips home. Mets by 7 in the 9th, 2 outs. Edison Volquez against Matt Harvey. Sunday night baseball. 7:37 Central Time in Kansas City. That's the next game for the Mets. Swing, fouled back. Ian Kennedy against Noah Syndergaard, game 2. That's Tuesday. It's a heck of a way to start the season. And, just take the baseball purist part of it out. First time ever that the World Series teams play in the first game. Kalish fouls that away, and here's the 1-2, and he takes a call, 3rd strike. And the ball game is over, and the Mets, for the first time since St. Patrick's Day, win. They beat the Cubs by a final score of 8-1. And that puts an end to our stop in Vegas. 8 runs, 13 hits, an error, and 7 left on base for New York. The Cubs with a run on 3 hits, an error, and they stranded 5 on base. Mets exhibition record for 2016, 8 wins, 17 losses, and 5 ties. One more exhibition game for the Cubs. They dropped to 11, 18, and 2. And again, that game will be played Sunday. Kyle Hendricks, 0-2, a 2.92 ERA in his hometown of L.A. from Anaheim. The Angels will go with Matt Shoemaker, 2-2 with a 7.65 ERA. You can hear that game on The Score in Chicago. You can also hear it here on Cubs.com. Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer will take over the airways. And again, Justin, special thanks to you for joining us here in Vegas for this quick 2-day stop. Good luck to you. Folks can listen to Justin Shackle's work, Sirius XM Radio, CBS New York. And if you go to a Yankees game, look up at the scoreboard, and lo and behold, there's Justin Shackle.
Thanks for having me, Mick. I appreciate it. And it was a pleasure being out here in Sin City. Didn't do too much damage, though.
And Justin and I used to team up in Tennessee. You were part of the Cubs AA broadcast there for a while, too. I had a great time, buddy.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank Joe Rios for helping us put this thing together, and the entire Cubs marketing department. Joey Liberatore, our on-site engineer, put this broadcast together with us. And you can check out Joey's work with the Hated Cardinals. He's going to be the broadcaster for the Rookie League Johnson City Cardinals starting in late June. And, of course, for my buddy and broadcast partner on here, Len Casper, one of the kindest and most thoughtful, on top of excellent broadcasters in the game. My good friend, and I see him next door on TV. We really had a great time. But most importantly, I want to thank Cubs fans, because you guys have made this great. All of your tweets, all of the time that you've spent listening to this broadcast. So thank you for making this a success. We'll talk to you again next spring training. You can follow me online at Broadcaster Mick. And hopefully you get a chance to listen to a Tennessee Smokies game. I'll be on there, and also check out the SEC Network from time to time. I'm on there broadcasting baseball TV. So that does it for us here in Vegas, where the Mets knock off the Cubs by a final score of 8-1. Hopefully this is the year, right? Hashtag Go Cubs. We'll talk to you next season, everyone. So long.